Tune in this Halloween and grab yourself a spooktacular deal with our spooky mystery gift. You'll receive a surprise full of fantastic treats and goodies with a huge saving guaranteed. The Spooky Mystery Gifts, Friday, October 31st.
If you're new to Jewellery Maker, simply contact our call centre and we'll send you a tutorial DVD and Get Started booklet, all free of charge.
Jewellery Maker is your one-stop shop
for all your jewellery making needs.
Our mission is to provide you with the best quality products,
value for money and excellent customer service.
Come and learn with us. Tune in every day from 9 AM to 9 PM.
Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share.
Welcome to the Late Show here on Jewellery Maker. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. Don't panic. We will find you and add it to your order price point for this evening. A way for you to make the most of your 1p&p per day, but we've also got a lot of premiere treats coming up as well as your second bite of the cherry. So if you've missed out on a launch previously, we might have it on this evening's show, but of course a lot of the deals you do see will be last of stock opportunities, so you've got to get on the phone lines very quickly. And of course, if you do place an item in your basket, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. So I think that's about all the housekeeping. Let's get underway. Where shall we start, Helen? Do you know what? I haven't got any boxes. I've just realised, just put my mic on, I just looked down and thought, oh, I haven't got any products. What's going on? I'll tell you what, I'll let you know all what's coming up at the end of the show. Superstar, here he is. My apologies, Pete. Sorry.
My apologies.
There we are. Thank you. Before we do, we'll talk about our superstar buy. We're going to have our most exclusive, we'll try it in English, that'll be easier. Our most exclusive launch of the evening always tends to come up around about 10 to 9. Tonight, we're going to kick it off at around about 1:45, because we do have a slightly larger quantity than usual. However, the demand is going to be greater than ever, so we're thinking about maybe kicking off our superstar buy at more like 8:15 to give everybody an equal opportunity to get involved. But even though we have an increased number in terms of our stock level, I actually think this is going to be one of the most desirable items we've ever launched on the Late Show. So might be to do with the price. Helena is in the hot seat tonight, so she's responsible for all the prices and the products that you see. So don't blame me. No, I'm joking. So you have her to thank. But have a look at this. I'm piling them all up because just look how amazing the combination of colours are. Absolutely out of this world. It's coming up at the, well, as I say, in the final hour of the show, but when, I'm not entirely sure. A myriad of colours and a ridiculous launch price. I think it's going to be a sellout deal this evening, so you've got to be on the phone lines early. Let me just work it out. So each one is 10 metres, so 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So 100 metres of your 0.4mm gauge wire. There we go. Every possible colour you can imagine, and that is coming up in the final hour of the show, but we don't know when, so make sure you're tuned in from the start of the show. We do have another exciting premiere to bring you. Where is it? Oh, here he is. Oldest gemstone on the planet. Gorgeous zircon. It is spectacular. Probably one of the most impressive varieties of zircon we've ever had. You've got those gorgeous champagne tones coming through and the sort of traditional sparkle that you would normally associate with the likes of a diamond perhaps, but we've got it in zircon, and that's coming up for you later in the show as well. So now that we've let you know about all of the little treats we've got coming up, there'll be treats throughout the show, but where shall we start? Let's do it. Here we go. We're going to kick off with some turquoise coloured pearls. Oh my word. Look after Mother Nature's creations, Ed. So they have been classified as light teal, but I think it's a fair description. I would probably describe them as turquoise personally. They are 10 by 9 millimetres in size, so I suppose if they were perfect rounds, you'd probably consider these to be luxury pearls. Gorgeous mineral. Of course, we know about the versatility and the popularity of pearls, and we know that we are expecting to see an increase in the price of cultured pearls over the coming 12 months. We've already shared our industry information with you, and that is new legislation being put upon the people who actually cultivate the pearls. It has led to a decrease in the manufacture and the production of cultured pearls. As a result, we are expecting to see an increase, and this colour tone, always popular, especially, I'm just thinking, pearls are often associated with sort of bridal jewellery or bridal parties, and turquoise, a very common colour tone for sort of bridesmaids' dresses, isn't it? Especially over the winter period, I suppose, if you are planning a winter wedding, if you've already received some commissions for bridal suites of jewellery perhaps, this could be the one for you. Now, we have accounted for the very slight elongation in the size there. You can see they're classified as 10 by 9 millimetres, but I have to say, to the naked eye, they pretty much look like round pearls, don't they? So as I say, we always like to account for any slight detail or slight elongation in the size, just so we can be as accurate as possible and you know what you're investing in, but there's no risk. There's a 30-day money-back guarantee any other time, and right now that's been extended until January. So you can literally get these home, see them in the flesh, fall in love with them for yourself before making an informed decision. But tonight, I have to warn you, we only have a limited number of these particular strand of pearls available. So if you want to get on the free phone number, start dialing now. If you're already clicking to buy this now at jewellerymaker.com and you've added this to your basket, then make sure you check out, because as I say, we are a little bit limited in our availability, especially when you look at the size of the gemstones. They are absolutely huge, 10 millimetres in size, and I have to say, I think you'd be hard pushed to find more round pearls for the kind of price point we can offer you this evening. Let's have a look. Under £20 for turquoise coloured pearls of a luxury size. So as I say, virtually perfectly round, but because there's that slight elongation to the size, we like to account for that, and the price certainly is an incredible opportunity for you to invest in luxury size pearls this evening. 10 by 9 millimetres, turquoise colour tone. Lots of people coming through now, both on the free phone number and at jewellerymaker.com. And as always, if you place it in your basket, check out. I don't say it to be repetitive or annoying. I only say it to make sure you don't miss out on a deal that you're interested in, because of course, leave it in your basket and a phone buyer could still have your strand allocated to their order. Still people coming through on that particular deal, so we're going to move on to our next opportunity. Wow. Now these are a very similar finish, only a much more feminine colour tone. Actually, I have to say, together they would look phenomenal. You could just alternate them, couldn't you? And then you've got the depth of colour from the turquoise tones and the femininity from your peach pearls. Now these are probably even more closely rounds, in fact. Slight, very slight inclusions on the surface of the mineral. It's just going to go to add credibility to your design, so people know you're able to source the real deal. But they've certainly been classified as 10 millimetre rounds, so they're much closer to being perfect rounds. However, as I say, very slight imperfections on the surface of the pearl, which again I think will feed into your designs, give you that organic finish, but also show your customers that you are working with genuine cultured pearls. Beautifully feminine. You could set these alongside virtually any other gemstone really, because they're not pink. They are, as they're described, peach, so it gives it more of a pastel tone. So I think that makes it a little bit more versatile. They'll probably go with a greater number of items, but you've still got that sort of golden pearlescence on the surface of the mineral as well. 10 millimetres in size, virtually perfect rounds. And let's have a look at our price point. Another add it to your order price, $17.95, matching the price that we previously offered you on the turquoise pearls. And I'll show you those again just in case you did come through for both, just to show you how well they do work together. But we know that pearls are popular. They're one of the most versatile minerals that you can ever design jewellery with, because the thing is they have associations with, you know, the big events, the bridal suites as we've described, but also everyday pieces. You'll see people wearing their pearl studs every day to the office, won't they, to work. In fact, my producer's wearing her pearl studs today. So that just goes to show it doesn't matter whether, you know, you're just getting ready to go to work in the morning or whether it's your big day and you're the bride, for example. But also, you know, I've had our own sort of family events where every single female in the family is wearing pearls to a special event, so we know that they are one of the most versatile strands. Only a very limited number available, and already a lot of people coming through, so if you want to add those to your order, you know what to do. They will be available for the next 60 minutes on our website. We're going to move on and we're going to bring you a little collection of gemstones now. This is a little bundle. So the idea here is that we take a collection of gemstones from our website, bundle them together to create a wholesale opportunity. Now the only thing about this is okay, hold on 1 second, because I think I've got an extra strand here. Ah, that's not supposed to be in this bundle. There we go, my apologies. There we go. So this is the autumn collection, or autumn leaves as it's been named, and my personal theory is that orange gemstones work all year round, but they're certainly, I think, predominantly associated with this particular season of the year, because you've got those beautiful golden fall colours there, and here you've got quite an interesting collection of gemstones as well. So we'll start with these beautiful example of your orange agate here. These are 6mm rounds. Nice graduation in the colour tones, so those range from the golden shades into the more vibrant tangerine tones, if you like, and that particular colour tone is mirrored in your magnesite rondelles. They're 6x3mm in size. You've got 80 carats of your magnesite rondelles, and they are a very bright tangerine tone there. And then we have got your orange shell plain rounds. Those are 6mm as well. These are going to work perfectly in a design, aren't they? A very coherent piece that you could create using these particular colour tones. Moving on, we've got your 4mm quartzite. That's your orange quartzite, 30 carats in total. And then you've got the very delicate 2mm rounds of your jasper. So that's more of a sort of terracotta tone, if you like, a little bit more rich in colour. But it's a great way to create that transition between the orange and the golden tones by maybe using a darker shade as well. And of course, the versatility of the cut itself. The 2mm round, synonymous with soutache, for example, or wire work, or beady beads, or bead loom, or micro macrame. The list goes on. And by taking all 5 strands and bundling them together, we can offer you a wholesale price point. So this will be a discount deal, but it's only available for 60 minutes here on the Late Show. So if you are used to seeing the price slashes lasting for a little bit longer on the morning on the Designer Inspiration Show, you get 60 minutes to take advantage of this deal here on the Late Show. So if you add it to your order, make sure you're checking out. If you were to buy all 5 strands of these individually, $17.95 for 5 individual strands of gemstones. That's already representative of the best value on the market. But we're not staying there this evening. We're about to take this down to Bargain Town. We're going to go to a wholesale price point. Oh, and I tell you what, Helena's here to make a mark on the Late Show. She's not messing around. $10.95. What does it work out, sir? £2.19 per strand for genuine gemstones. You've got to be excited about that opportunity. Helena, as you're new, shall I share my orange gemstone theory with you? Okay, the guys are probably bored of hearing it, but You're new to us. You're new to the team, so I'll share it with you. Okay, so the idea is that orange gemstones are going to work all year round. If that is how you work, if you're a methodical designer and you like to work from season to season, think about autumn and you've got the fall colours, that's always going to work. But in the winter, use to add a bit of warmth to your design, perhaps. In the spring, the perfect accompaniment to your pastel tones. And then in the summer, you've got the vibrancy of those tangerine hues. You like that? There you go. Producer Helena agreeing with me. Well, you can stay then, if you're going to agree with me. £10.95, that is representative of a £7 saving on your autumn leaves bundle here. 5 strands of gemstones for under £15, and it works out at less than £2.50 a strand. £2.19 a strand, in fact. We had the very accurate workings there from Helena. So congratulations to everybody coming through for this particular deal, and it will be available on our website for 60 minutes. We're going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on. We've got a few more pearl deals to bring you here, and we're going to move on. Oh, now these are quite a sort of festive tone, I think. It was a sort of mulberry colour. Actually, I bet they've been classified as that, haven't they? Oh, cherry, actually, that's right. Do you know what I would call them? Like cherry Coke. Because you've got that little bit of a golden tone to the pearlescence. They're very, very opulent, aren't they, in their look? Almost like a red wine tone, I suppose. But yeah, mulled wine, exactly, yeah, I like that. We're getting festive in Jewellery Maker tonight. Cherry coloured pearls. Oh, this is the other thing that I have to tell you about, Helena. You will find that I do a lot of colour classifications. If I don't like the colour, then we're renaming it, alright. Cherry cultured pearls here. These are 8x7mm, so you know the elongation in the shape is a little more obvious, but still they're so uniformed in their actual shape that it just looks perfect for so many different designs. Again, you could probably just be quite conservative and restrand this, work perfectly as a pearl necklace to wear for everyday designs, or I'm thinking again, how about interspacing it with something a little more neutral to create a real statement piece. I mean, that could be your Christmas Day necklace design, actually, couldn't it? Just a white, a cherry, a white, a cherry, a white, a cherry, alternating along the strand. Very similar size. These are coming up soon. These are virtually perfect rounds of classic white pearls. They're coming up very, very soon. And I will give you a heads up about what our superstar buy is in 1 second's time. First of all, there are people flying in, both at our free phone number and at jewellerymaker.com, and I think the price point might have something to do with it. Under £10 for genuine cultured pearls, and they are 8x7mm in size. Few people coming through on our free phone number now, and if you have got them placed in your basket, you know what to do. Check out to avoid disappointment. I should just explain, in case you're watching, you think, why do they keep saying that? Basically, when you place an item in your basket, it doesn't guarantee that it's been added to your order. It's just a signal of intent. So if you don't check out your basket and somebody was to dial through and say, I want 5 strands of pearls at under £10, your strand could be allocated to their order, and then you've missed out. And I get complaints every single night on my Facebook site, people saying, oh, I added it to my basket but I still missed out. Check out straight away. Absolutely risk-free. You're only ever going to pay 1 P&P per day here at Jewellery Maker of just £2.95, so you might as well take advantage of that and add as many items as you can. When they arrive at your door, that's when the decision-making process begins. Normally, you've got a further 30 days to make the decision. Right now, we've extended that right up until January to account for the Christmas period, so literally nothing to worry about. If you see something you like the look of, add it to your order. You know, here at Jewellery Maker, we are going to be offering you the best value in the market, particularly for cultured pearls. We've been working with the same supplier for over a decade now, and honestly, you can pay quadruple the price elsewhere for cultured pearls. In fact, I mean, 8x7mm offering you this rich, festive colour tone like we touched on earlier. You could probably pay I don't know, 3-figure sums I've seen for cultured pearl necklaces. In fact, Helen is just saying you can pay twice as much for faux pearls elsewhere. You know, they're probably going to have used a base metal clasp on the design, aren't they? And you're going to end up with, what, a piece of plastic or a piece of resin or something like that. But you're going to have to pay £20. Here you can have the real deal, hand carved by Mother Nature herself for less than £10. We're going to move on. We've got a few pearls coming up. Actually, oh, do you know what? We've talked about the sophistication and the elegance of pearls, using them in your bridal commissions. These absolutely fit the bill for me. Love Keshi pearls for that reason. This is why I have this sort of affinity with cultured pearls. I mean, it is my birthstone, pearls, but also I think I like the pearlescence. I like that play of light on the surface of the gemstone because it shows that it's a real mineral, that it is the real deal, if you like, because pearls probably one of the most imitated minerals on the market, aren't they? If you think about how many different varieties of faux pearls that actually exist. I think to have that genuine pearlescence on the surface of the pearl, that immediately provides your design with credibility. People know that this is the real deal, that these have been, as I say, created by Mother Nature herself. And here you've got the peach variety, but you can have a look at this. When we've got the rounds, you can see that consistency of colour, that uniformity. With your Keshi pearls, because of the irregularities on the surface, because of the organic finish to the gemstone, you get a greater range of colour tones, a greater range of play in the pearlescence itself. So as a result, they lend themselves to a variety of different designs. I'm always thinking, when I see the Keshi pearls, that they almost have a petal or leaf-like shape to them. So they're going to lend themselves to quite popular jewellery making motifs, such as your floral motifs, or perhaps tiara designs or torque necklaces. Items like this that are very, very popular, Keshi pearls are actually probably more useful than your rounds in many respects. 10 by 7 millimeters is the largest on the strand. They range down to 7 by 5 millimeters in size, giving you that beautiful femininity from the peach tone, but you've also got a lot of sort of rose pinks on here as well. Hopefully maybe I can show you that. You see these sort of rose pink tones? Absolutely gorgeous. Perfect for so many different designs, and again, quite a neutral tone, so they'll work with virtually any other gemstone as well. Your peach Keshi pearls here, coming in at under £10. Unbelievable. I mean, that just looks like a petal, doesn't it? And I think that, you know, it's almost like Mother Nature created, sort of imitating one of her other designs there, isn't it? So you're using a genuine mineral to mirror the shapes that would be created within nature. Gorgeous petal shapes. In fact, resident designer Linda will often use Keshi pearls in this way. She'll use the Keshi pearls to create either vine leaf style designs, or she'll use them as petals in a floral motif, just using maybe a delicate round in the centre. In fact, another little top tip from resident designer Linda when she is working with pearls, if she is looking for uniformity, she doesn't want that elongation, she'll often use our shell pearls. But she says shell pearls, that's the ultimate in faux pearl, because you still get the play of light from the nacre, and the finish on your shell pearls very similar to cultured pearls, so it just sort of has that more cohesion to the design. So if you are looking for a uniformity in the pearl, maybe to put in the centre of your floral motif, your shell pearl might be the answer, who knows. Your Keshi pearls are available right now for under £10, another add it to your order price for another genuine gemstone. We've got another variety of Keshi pearls here, and once again we've got the teal or the turquoise tones again. Maybe you want to use them in the same way, and you can put them alongside the teal pearls that we brought you only, well, 15 minutes ago maybe. Again, similar variation in the sizes, ranging from 7 by 5 to 11 by 9. Again, it gives you that irregularity, that more organic feel and finish to the design itself. And you can see here just how well they'll work alongside another pearl, of a similar colour tone, but you could even set your peach pearls as the sort of stamen to the flower and use the turquoise keshi pearls as your petals perhaps. Or maybe you do want to rely on the colour tone there and use them more as sort of vine leaves in a taut necklace, something like that. So lots of different varieties with this particular strand because of the irregularity in the size and the shape from your keshi pearls, but also so much versatility, so much design scope from pearls of this variety. Once again, another add it to your order price for genuine cultured pearls under £10. The reason we're able to offer you this kind of pricing here at Jewellery Maker is down to the way that we source our gemstones, and of course cultured pearls tend to be more considered as a mineral than a gemstone. And I mean, as I've already touched upon, the pearl suppliers that we work with, we've been dealing with for over 10 years through our sister channel, Gems TV. And as a result, they have let us know, they've let us into the industry secrets that, you know, is becoming more and more difficult for us to buy pearls at the same prices as we have in the past. Now, you know, when you work with the same supplier for 10 years, you know that the information they're giving you are accurate. You probably have sort of repeat commissions coming through from customers that you know. And the reason they come back to you is because you're honest with them and you give them a good deal. That's exactly the same for our pearl suppliers. So if they're turning around and saying to us, we just can't give you the same prices anymore, we know that something's going on. That will affect the overall price moving forward. Our buying team are finding it more and more difficult to bring you these organic minerals, the real deal, for these kind of price points. So, you know, don't come crying to me if your keshi pearls are $19.95 come January, February time and you didn't stock up when I was giving you the opportunities on the Late Show. Under £10 this evening, described as light teal, but I'll probably go as far as to describe them as turquoise again. We're going to leave this one with you. It will be available on our website for 60 minutes or while stocks last. Number one. Okie dokie, here we go. So more of the sort of mulberry coloured pearl tones. And they're classified as mulberry this time. There you go, finally. I agree with the colour classification. It only took 25 minutes. 11 by 9 millimetres in size here. So again, slightly greater elongation. So it definitely is evident in the finish that you get on the pearl. But again, I think that adds to the organic finish, but also to you as a designer, adds credibility to your designs. It shows people that you're able to source the real deal, that you're not just using sort of plastic pearls, and that you have managed to find cultured pearls. 11 by 9 millimetres in size, very warm, festive tones, but again, it depends what you match them up with. You could use these in quite a sort of feminine design, because the pearl essence itself is almost on a sort of neon purple or slightly pink hue coming through. Definitely coming through on that particular strand. I mean, you could match these up with the likes of pink sapphires or rubies, I'm thinking. Pearls tend to be the perfect accent for those very, very high-end gemstones. The other beautiful thing about your Baroque pearls is that you get this flat-bottomed finish, and then you get this domed effect, so they're almost like cabochon pearls, if you like. They're going to sit really comfortably on the neckline, but you could even use them in sort of traditional soutache designs without too much trouble as well. So again, when we're investing in gemstones or minerals from Jewellery Maker, we want to know we're getting the best value in the market. Check. But we also want versatility. We want design scope, because you don't want to be dictated to by the gemstones. We want the world to be our oyster. That's exactly what it is right now. 11 by 9 millimetres in size, and a ridiculous price point for genuine pearls of this price. $7.95 for the real deal. As I say, you can be thinking about paying three-figure sums if you were to look in a boutique window at a pearl necklace. But you can offer your customers one of the most affordable pearl designs on the market, because you're investing in the real deal for just $7.95. Quite large luxury sizes as well, but because of the price point, and by the way, you don't need to let anybody know that you're paying wholesale prices for cultured pearls. You know, you price your jewellery according to the market, you know, nothing to do with what you've paid for them. And I have to say, when you are paying a price as low as this for the real deal, for genuine cultured pearls, you can probably be a little bit more experimental in your approach. So if you did want to maybe interweave a few mulberry pearls into your Christmas wreath, or more of an ornamental piece, and it doesn't have to be luxury jewellery. That's the beauty of paying wholesale prices for a genuine gemstone like pearls. 11 by 9 millimeters in size, absolutely gorgeous. Another add it to your order price if you do want to take advantage of that. If you've got an order up and running, what are you waiting for? You've paid your $2.95, simply add these luxury pearls to your order for $7.95. A no-brainer really, isn't it? We are going to move on from that particular deal, because it is now time for a star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for a star buy. We're going to try to have one of these every 30 minutes on the show. It's our chance to either launch a premiere product like our 0.4mm wires coming up later in the show, or it might be our opportunity to bring you another wholesale bundle. And whenever it's a star buy, we tend to go a little bit above and beyond on the price point. And again, the only reason that we can offer you such competitive pricing is when we take a larger collection of items and paste them together, we can work on slightly lower margins. So the more people we see on the phone lines, the lower it could potentially go. Let's have a look at what we're looking at now. Regular viewers out there will know that I'm a bit girly when it comes to my gemstone. Helen had just learnt this today when we were prepping the show, and she was like, what do you think about Morganite? Are you a fan of Morganite? People are screaming at their TV screens like, he loves Morganite. Morganite and Kunzite, and we might just have some of that later on in the show. Who knows? I'll let you know everything we've got in our Pretty in Pink bundle. Gorgeous variation of colour tones here, because you do have the hot pinks, which will be more suitable maybe for your contemporary designs, but you've also got the subtle feminine tones as well. So we'll start here with your rose pink quartzite, 6mm in size, and then we've got your crazy lace agate. There's her again, 6mm, but you can see they're more of a sort of fuchsia tone. And then we've got your, if you like, your sort of Barbie pink in your shell plain rounds. So those are your 6mm shell rounds. Love the natural inclusions that you've got here. They have been created by us, in fact, but these are your fuchsia quartz nuggets. So you get that irregularity in the size and the shape. They're top drilled, so they're going to hang in quite an interesting way. Again, you could probably use them in quite naturalistic designs, maybe as petals or leaves, but maybe you just want to play on those inclusions to add texture into your designs. Really rich colour tone. I'm just going to hold these up and let a little bit of light through them, because you'll be able to see the variations there, ranging from sort of hot pinks almost into sort of ruby reds, really. And they range in size from 9x7 to 14x9mm. You've got 200 carats of pink quartz on that strand alone. So that's your 4 strand, and then have a look at this. I'm going to have to hold this all out because it's like a skipping rope, it's so long. 44 centimetre strand of rose quartz, and these are the gorgeous nuggets. So again, you've got that organic feature to your designs, almost sort of an icicle-like shape, aren't they? They're very organic. The gemstone of true love, and for me, this is the strand within this bundle that really offers you that organic finish and that femininity. You can see there's quite a bold colour tone from the rest of the strands. This is a lot more subtle. So again, could work in tiara designs. But actually, if you are working with some of the more vibrant shades of pink, you're going to need something to accent it with. So I think this is a really coherent bundle. It's going to create gorgeous designs, isn't it? You could easily use these all together. Might just be that a lot of your customers are a bit girly and they like these colour tones. Might be that you are more of a hobbyist and you like creating designs for yourself. If this is the kind of colour palette that suits you, this is perfect, isn't it? I mean, even if you're thinking about sort of power dressing and you want to wear that sort of charcoal suit to work, something like that, you can still have a bit of vibrancy in your accessories, can't you? So you can have those hot pinks in your earrings or your necklace design, still wear them with more sort of dramatic colour tones, even alongside maybe an LBD for the party season, who knows? 5-strand bundle here. And if you were to invest in all 5 individually, it would still cost you less than £20. It'd be £17.75. Best value on the market, of course, here at Jewellery Maker. But for the next 60 minutes, we can offer you the best value on the market. We're not going to stay at £17.75. We're going to take these down to Bargain Town. £11.95 for 5 strands. That works out, once again, at less than £2.50 per strand. How much would you pay for a 44cm strand of rose quartz nuggets elsewhere? That, for me, would justify the price point of £11.95. I'd be quite happy paying £11.95 for over 150 carats of rose quartz. You've got the organic nature of the cuts, the little nugget-like shapes. You've got that femininity from the gemstone. I know rose quartz is popular with craft fair attendees because, of course, it has those metaphysical properties that people are often drawn towards. So they often tend to think that rose quartz can be a good amplifier of different energies. I don't know if that's true or not, but I know that people are drawn to the gemstone for that reason in your traditional craft fair venues. But I suppose there's a lot of jewellery makers out there who have a sort of affinity with that sort of crystal healing side of things. And if you like to work with gemstones that offer you those kind of properties in terms of the sort of folklore and legend attached, then the more organic cuts often tend to be quite popular for those style of designs as well, don't they? So, to be honest, this strand for me is ticking every box. You get a 44cm strand, so, well, I mean, let's just have a look. We were doing this last week just to see how long it would go. Basically the length of my entire arm. And, oh, did I tell you what? I think I was talking about there, I'm wearing a charcoal shirt. That never even occurred to me when I was saying it, but you can see the combination, very, very popular. Actually, I like pinks alongside the monochrome tones, don't you? Because it offers you that little bit of drama. I'm just thinking, we've got a strand of Black Spinel coming up very soon. How about this for a combination? Your rose quartz and your Black Spinel. Very dramatic, like that. If you have placed this 5-strand bundle of gemstones, I know I've become obsessed with the 44cm strand of rose quartz, but you do get your crackled quartz there in the nugget style. You get your shell pearl. You get your fuchsia quartz rounds and your sort of peach quartzite as well. All 5 strands for £11.95. Ridiculous value from us here this evening on Jewellery Maker. We're not staying there. We're going to move on. And we're going to actually bring you the Black Spinel right now. Now, these are very, very large. These have always sold very, very well. Always tended to be popular. So, unfortunately, this evening, we are looking at a last of stock opportunity. Get on the phone lines immediately if you want to add these to your order. The Master of Disguise, gorgeous Black Spinel, often mistaken for black diamonds. And the reason that that misclassification takes place is because Black Spinel actually offers you greater luster than a black diamond itself. So you can see why people have made this misclassification, but also you can understand why Spinel has retained its popularity, because once people have made the mistake, they've realised, well, actually, I'm getting more luster, more sophistication from my Spinel than I ever did from my black diamonds. 90 carats in total. These rondelles are very, very sizable. They'd be fantastic on a macrame bracelet, wouldn't they? And because you've got that neutral tone, that jet black, they're going to work for masculine or feminine designs. Love the graduation in size. Actually make a fantastic choker style necklace as well, wouldn't they? But ultimately, when I do see the rondelle shape, I always think of sort of tennis style bracelets or charm bracelets. That's just the way my mind works. But I know there's going to be a lot of designers out there right now. The cogs are turning. You've already got 3 or 4 different designs going on in your mind of what you're going to do with your spinel. So what is it that you are going to do with your strand? If you want to get hold of it, you need to be on the free phone number. They range in size from 6x2 up to 8x4, so quite sizable. Got that gorgeous polished finish to the rondelle, so that's what really brings that luster to the forefront of the gemstone itself. Let's have a look at our price point this evening. As I say, get through early on the phone lines to avoid disappointment. They're going under £10. The lowest possible price point we can show you here on the live show, and this comes from our Gems of Distinction range. So this has been sourced by our Indian buying office over in Jaipur, the Pink City, the premier location for gemstone buying across the globe, and that's why we're able to negotiate the most competitive prices, and we pass those savings on to you. Of course, we only have this buying power thanks to your loyal customers. So $6.95 for a gemstone of this quality, polished to perfection. Spinel, it's going to be quite well known. It's often used not just on the high street but by some of the biggest designers in the world to add that level of sophistication to their designs. I think I came up with I coined a little phrase last week actually, Helena. I'll share that with you as well. So basically I'm thinking sparkle for luxury, luster for sophistication. Okay, so I'm thinking if you're going for, like, you know, sophisticated evening wear, you need that little bit of luster, that little reflective quality from the likes of a Black Spinel. And if you're going for sort of luxury and you want to be a bit more outlandish, then you can maybe go for something that offers you a bit more sparkle. I'm thinking as we head into the party season, there's going to be a lot of people attending events that they might not get invited to all year round. If you're lucky enough to, then good for you. But, you know, it does tend to be that this time of year when you start getting invited to those very high-end do's. Love it. Would you use silver or gold wire for this design, Helena? Nice. Okay, so I'm going to share Helena's design idea with you. She's saying, why not do macrame but with wire? Now, I've seen this used to great effect by some of our designers. Mark Smith's got a whole wire macrame workshop, hasn't he? Yeah. So there you go. In fact, we can see some of the designs that are put together. There you go, look at that. It gives macrame a whole new lease of life, doesn't it? Elevates it into that next stratosphere where instead of looking at sort of craft work or handmade or sort of homemade pieces, you're looking at handmade, bespoke jewellery design, luxury designs really. I personally would go for the gold because I like gold and black together. I think it looks really sophisticated. But Helena's going with silver. She's saying silver wire. You're more of a silver girl. Actually, you're quite right. If you look at the wire bundle, you've got a whole plethora of colours. You're not limited to gold or silver, are you? Never really are these days on Jewellery Maker. Have a look at this. So actually, you've got a whole plethora of colours. Maybe if you are trying to put together something for the festive period, you could even go for like a green. Yeah? What about coppers for a vintage look? Copper tones. This particular wire bundle coming up during the final hour of the show, all 10 reels, this is brand new, 10 metres of 0.4mm wire on each reel, 100 metres in total. We're going to launch it tonight at an exclusive price point of under £10. That's right, isn't it? Well, it is now, I've said it. Has to be, it has to be now. No, it's okay, that was intended. So we're going to be going under £10 for that during the final hour of the show. The Spinel is flying out the door at $6.95. I'm not really surprised, and I've got about 10 people with it placed in their basket who are yet to check out, and a slight queue on the phone line. And a lot of the phone buyers are multi-buying actually, so congratulations to Charlotte, you've got 2 strands of Spinel. Sawami, You've got 2 of these heading your way as well. Michelle, you've got 2 of them. So if you have got it placed in your basket, don't run the risk. Don't leave it in your basket thinking, well, maybe something else will come up before the end of the hour. By that point, a phone buyer could have come through, said, yeah, I'll take 3 of those at $6.95. You'll miss out. Check out and use that extended money back guarantee to make your final decision. You're not going to send it back, trust me. Right, we're going to move on. Okay, wow. Okay, now, this particular gemstone, quite interesting at the moment because we're coming up to our annual award ceremony. We run this every year, or we have for the last 2 years. Obviously, as a channel, we're still in our infancy. We're only 4 years old. So for the last 2 years, we've done an award ceremony, an end-of-year award ceremony. And one of the categories is titled Your Favourite Gemstone to Work With. The last 2 years in a row, Labradorite has been the resounding winner. So I'm interested to see whether it can retain its title for a 3rd year running. What do you reckon, Helena? You think you would go for pearls? You think pearls might even win? Is that because you've got a bit of a penchant for pearls? Well, I would never have been able to tell from the opening half an hour of the show. I do understand, though. I love pearls as well. I said that, you know, it is my birthstone. But it's a little bit more difficult for a bloke to pull off a pearl, do you think? I think so. I think they're a bit feminine. Have a look at this. We know why Labrador... We know why Labradorite's so popular. It's that gorgeous optical effect there. Look at that. It's fantastic, isn't it? Actually, the reason it's so prominent on this particular strand is because of the way it's been faceted. It's almost a sort of checkerboard faceting that's been applied to the actual... Are they oval shaped? Is that how they've been described? Oh yeah, clues in the title. They have been described as ovals. So, yeah, so they're intended to be a sort of oval shape, again, offering you that elongation, which is so synonymous with luxury jewellery design. But then because of the way it's been faceted, quite definitive facets on the surface of the gemstone, really allows that Labrador essence to come through, doesn't it? Absolutely exquisite, and people just fall in love with it. So I have a theory that the reason Labradorite is our favourite gemstone to work with is that it's actually our most profitable gemstone. Because when people see this at a craft fair, or even, let's just say you make yourself a gorgeous pair of Labradorite earrings, you probably don't get too far before somebody says, where did you get those? What's that gemstone? Can you make me a pair? And of course, then you've organically managed to create a commission for yourself just by wearing a pair of gorgeous Labradorite earrings. So I think it's one of those gemstones that catches people's attention and makes them fall in love with the idea of owning luxury jewellery. You can make a huge number of... I'm just thinking keep it simple with these. You want a little bit of movement. And so maybe earring designs. And then a little bit of movement. The facets are going to catch the light. In fact, if you were one of the lucky people that just got hold of your Black Spinel, how about this as a combination? Because then you've got something neutral to set it against. It plays on the sort of stone greys as the base colour of the Labradorite, but you also get those beautiful lime greens, electric blues, golden tones coming through in the optical effect as well. So you just can't go wrong with this particular strand, can you? 50 carats in total. They range in size from 5x4 to 11x6, and I've only just heard the price point. Producer Helena is going above and beyond tonight, under £10 for 50 carats of Labradorite. $6.95 this evening. As I say, the lowest possible price we can show you on our live show, and some of these are pretty sizable. 11x6mm in the centre of that strand. Love that Labrador essence. It's such high impact, isn't it? It's going to make a huge difference to the kind of designs that you're able to put together, because sometimes you might want to colour match to the actual Labrador essence itself, the optical effect, as opposed to the sort of stone greys that you're being offered there. Almost a silver tone, I suppose, isn't it? When you look at the facets. Love that gemstone. $6.95. Absolutely ridiculous. We're moving on, and we're now going to bring you a premiere strand of gorgeous fluorite. Mike, what's the most impressive thing you know about fluorite?
Very little.
Nothing!
Yeah.
I'll be honest, that is understandable, because I don't think we've had a whole lot of fluorite over the last few months, have we? We haven't been doing a lot of talking about fluorite. Shall I tell you the most interesting thing I think about fluorite? Is that the only gemstone we mine for in the UK is related to fluorite. Fluorite's not actually part of any gemstone family. So it's sort of a kind of type of gemstone rather than a species of gemstone, if you like, because it isn't related to a gemological family. And as I say, it's related to Blue John, which is the only gemstone that we mine for in the UK. So Mike, book your trip to the mine in Derbyshire.
I have a fact, a new fact.
A new fact from...
I'm going to go home empty-handed now, aren't I?
There you go.
Yeah.
Mike, every day's a school day here at Jewellery Maker. There you go. So, yes, the mine's in Derbyshire, if that's something of interest to you. But the reason they're related is because they have the same optical effect. It's known as fluorescence. And you'll be able to experience that in your fluorite. This is a premier strand. I have to say, the colour tones, really zesty, aren't they? Almost sort of citrus-like tones. So you've got your lemons and your limes there. On the banding, you still get the amethyst purples coming through, but it certainly has more vibrancy than you might associate with other gemstone strands. And of course, here you can colour graduate these out with the greens and the yellows, if that's something that would suit your style of jewellery design. But then you've got the top jewel drops. So they're perfect for classic designs. If you're thinking about your droplet style earrings and your pendant, so the 3-piece set, for example. Or we were joined by Janet last week, and she was showing us how to set the top drill drops into ring designs. And she was saying you can actually use the drill hole to secure it into your design, and then it doesn't really, where the drill hole is placed, the shape of the gemstone is irrelevant if you're prepared to just think outside the box and maybe be a little bit more confident in your approach to your design, because there's nothing you can't create. I always say you're only limited by your own creativity, and I do think it's quite appropriate. The fluorite itself ranges in size from 7x6 to 14x13, a premier strand this evening, and your opportunity. Oh, I love that one. Look at the, sorry, I got distracted. Got distracted by how gorgeous that gemstone was. Look at the banding. Beautiful. Okay, we are going to give you a premiere launch price tonight, so hopefully you're already on the phone lines. The second you see something you like the look of, even if you just have an inkling that it might suit your designs, get on the free phone number. Don't miss out on these deals, because we have extended our money-back guarantee right up until January. So it's a risk-free shopping experience, 1 P&P per day. If you've already got your order up and running, here comes your add it to your order price. $7.95 for a premier strand of fluorite. Never been seen before. Again, representative of the best quality fluorite we can source for you. It has been sourced by our Indian buying office over in Jaipur. I love the colour tone there, because you can really appreciate the fluorescence once you get this home and you see those vivid golden tones that you've got on some of these gemstones. Absolutely phenomenal. $7.95, another add it to your order price. We're going to move on. Now we just touched upon the idea of having some of those warmer golden shades in your winter designs. How about this? Next month's birthstone. And if you are planning to put together a piece of birthstone jewellery for a November baby, this is in fact the gemstone of happiness. So it could be perfect. I've gone back and forth on this gemstone when it comes to its appropriateness as November's birthday, because I was thinking November, quite a wintry month. But then I was thinking, if you're looking out the window, you're getting ready on a dark, drizzly November morning, you go to put your birthstone on and you're wearing the gemstone of happiness, then you get some of those happy golden tones that might lift your spirits. Here you have got a fantastic saturation of colour. Beautiful, almost a honey tone coming from the gemstone itself. Again, I love these organic cuts. It's almost, they're almost reminiscent of amber, aren't they? Much more gem heavy because amber's so light, but you almost have those amber tones there. They're spectacular, aren't they? I do think that when you're creating sort of bespoke jewellery design, a lot of the time people are investing in that because they want to know it's the real deal. They want to know that Mother Nature has hand carved the gemstones. They want to know that there is something one of a kind about the piece they're investing in. They don't just want a sort of mass-produced high street design that they're going to see everybody else on the bus wearing. They want to know it's special to them. And that's the kind of design that you can create when you've got this irregularity in the shape of the gemstone. I think they range in size from 11 by 9 to 17 by 12. So again, you've got some which are a little more subtle and going to suit certain pieces of jewellery, others which are going to be the focal point of a design. You can actually, you know, create those sort of layers of design around the gemstone itself. So if you're thinking about maybe wire wrapping this gemstone into a pendant or a ring design, or even into maybe like a cuff bangle, you can make one of these the centerpiece of that. It's gonna make a huge impact, isn't it? So you just can't go wrong working with these. And again, huge carat weights, organic finish, but because they have been faceted, you get that play of light, you get that little bit of sparkle as well. So trying to tick every box while still offering you a huge amount of design scope. From our Gems of Distinction range, over 100 carats of November's birthstone, the gemstone of happiness, beautiful citrine, $7.95. I'll tell you, Helena. Helena said, how do we do it? As I say, we work very, very closely with our gem suppliers. We try to get as close to source as possible. On some occasions, we actually own the mine as a company here at the Genuine Gemstone Company. We actually do own a number of mines, so that's why we're able to negotiate the best possible price on the market, and as ever, we pass those savings on to you. Down to $7.95 for over 135 carats of citrine. I mean, if you can imagine just creating one solitaire ring design, that's going to get snapped up at a craft fair because you've actually created a real statement sort of cocktail style ring. But what's that? If you're using that, I mean, for a start, it's going to go with silver, gold, antique bronze, copper, any other colour tone you want to put it with. It's going to work no matter what you place alongside it. But what's that as a ring design? 15 to 20 pounds perhaps, based on the carat weight? That's just one gemstone. Let's just have a quick count. So you've got 2, 4, 6, 8 on the strand. That's less than £1 a gemstone. So one of the most profitable gems of distinction and strands I think I've ever laid eyes on, particularly at this time of year. November's birthstone, $7.95 for 135 carats. I'll leave that one with you. We've got a lot to get through tonight. She's quite the slave driver, my new producer. No, I'm joking. Love this because we've talked about this at length throughout the hour. The idea of integrating these beautiful tangerine tones into your design, so you can either use it to warm up a design, or maybe you're going to use it to create that impact, that little bit of vibrancy. Now, when we first launched Jewellery Maker, and we've always been pretty successful in sourcing carnelian, but we used to have a huge variation in the colour tone. Sometimes that's what we're looking for. As I say, we're looking for design scope. We want to create one-of-a-kind pieces. But when we want to show our customers that we're able to source the best possible quality, the highest end we can possibly find, you want a consistency in the colour tone, and that's what we can offer you these days with our carnelian. That rich tangerine tone. As I say, slight variation, so you might get a golden hue coming through on some and a cherry hue on the other, but in terms of the actual strand itself, fantastic uniformity in the colour. 60 carats in total, and again you've got the rondelle shape that will lend itself to a number of different designs, whether it's going to be classic evening wear, or if you did want to use them maybe in a macrame bracelet, something like that, they're going to fit the bill. And you've got that, again, that natural graduation in size, all dealt with on the strand, ranging from 3x1 to 6x2, so you could just restrand this. Actually, I'll tell you what, we've got these agate slabs coming up later in the show that we launched last week, and they've got this beautiful metallic coating. What about this as your pendant? And this on the neckline, does that work for you? You like that? And then you've got the polished finish on the neckline, and you've got the organic piece as the focal point. That might work, but I bet all the designers out there have got better ideas than me. So what are you going to do with your carnelian this evening? Why not text into the show? The number you need is 60777. Start your text with the phrase JM Studio, otherwise it won't come through to us. Or of course, if you're shopping at jewellerymaker.com, then just type through on the message box and it'll come through to Helena's screen. There you go. So yeah, not just about this. If you've got any design ideas you want to share, or top tips, or maybe you just want to take the mickey out of me, then don't hesitate. And I bet the ones that are taking the mickey out of me will be straight on screen, so don't hold back on them. 60777's the number you need. Really? Wasn't expecting to see that. $6.95. Another, add it to your order price, the lowest possible price. But again, this represents some of the highest quality carnelian we can source for you here at Jewellery Maker. Hugely impressive strand, and it's available right now for $6.95. Oh, we're going to move on because it is now time for a star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another star buy, and we are now going to bring you February's birthstone, the gemstone of Valentine's, but in a wholesale bundle. So another impressive opportunity for you to take advantage of all the deals. Is it part of this? Is it these Rondelles? I've got those. Have a look at this for a combination. Gorgeous pastel apple greens, almost Colombian emerald tones. Absolutely falling in love with this combination immediately. It's interesting because when you speak to our expert designers, they often tell me that amethyst is their favourite gemstone, and I always think that it's because of that sort of intensity that you get from purple amethyst. But almost all of our designers will qualify it by saying, it is the gemstone though, because I like green amethyst as much as I like purple amethyst. Green amethyst, natural green amethyst, is known as prasiolite, so that's why maybe some people didn't know that there was such a thing as green amethyst, but it is fantastic. Now, a lot of the commercial amethyst that you'll actually see in terms of green amethyst will have started life as purple amethyst, but then through heat treatments it will have gone this beautiful pastel green tone. And again, it offers you a huge number of creative scenarios because it's almost a neutral tone, isn't it? It's one of Mother Nature's sort of base tones, if you like. She's going to start the design for every flower with a green stem and a green leaf, for example. But I have to say, green amethyst is a great way to perhaps introduce maybe February babies, or maybe just people who are passionate about genuine gemstone jewellery, to an alternative variety. Most people are going to be aware of amethyst. We know that it draws people to your designs, but I think most people predominantly associate amethyst with the purple tone. And as soon as you start to teach somebody something new about gemstones, you'll see their enthusiasm for gemstone jewellery starts to grow. It's one of those topics where the more you learn, the more you want to learn. And I have to say, these particular varieties of green amethyst are fantastic because you've got two of our most popular cuts. You've got the graduated rounds, which range in size from 4mm up to 6mm, so perfect for maybe your macrame bracelets, or maybe you just want to use them in traditional designs. You know, you've got to have your plain rounds, and the 4 and the 6 mil tend to work very, very well as accent gemstones, don't they? On top of that, we've got the sparkle from your Rondelles. These are fantastic, great sort of saturation of colour tone and fantastic amount of sparkle from the way they've been faceted. The Rondelles themselves range in size from 2x1 up to 4x2, so again, the central stones are quite a significant size, will make an impact, but if you did want to use them as spacers in your designs, then you do have the more delicate cuts as well. Again, both of these strands are over 30 centimetres, so you're getting a huge number of gemstones here. Fantastic combination. And as I say, people might be aware of amethyst, but they might not be quite as sort of drawn to green amethyst in the past because of the familiarity with your purple amethyst. You're going to find that green amethyst actually maybe opens up your customer base. You've actually got 70 carats of green amethyst on the plain rounds and a further 25 carats on your faceted Rondelles. Beautiful colour tone. It'll work with virtually any other colour as well, won't it? If you were to buy these individually, once again, we're going to offer you a saving, so it would be $14.90, but by bundling them together, we can create a wholesale bargain for you to add to your order. 2 strands of green amethyst this evening for less than £10. Let's say some £5 per strand. $9.95. Sorry to giggle then. When I said under £10, that's less than £5 a strand, I just thought about this news report I saw in the week about this guy who was saying how many people had been affected by something. He was like, 80 people, that's 2 40s. It was an American news broadcast. There was absolutely no reason for him to give any arithmetic whatsoever. He was like, 80 people have been affected, that's 2 40s. Bit like what I've just done, I suppose. Yeah, so less than £10 for each strand of green amethyst. That's 2 5s tonight for green amethyst. February's birthstone, of course, but I do think that amethyst is one of those gemstones which isn't really affected by its birthstone status because so many people are aware of it. We are going to leave that one with you so you can continue to maximise on your 1p&p per day and make the most of our wholesale bundle, but it's only available for 60 minutes, so I am going to have to move on. In fact, we're going to go to a quick break, and when we return, we'll have more incredible clearance deals, and even, for a handful of people, the opportunity to own Tanzanite, so don't go away.
As peace of mind for your Christmas shopping, any purchase you make from now until Christmas can be returned to us until the 31st of January 2015.
Join resident designer Sheila for our Bridal Headwear for Beginners DVD. Sheila will guide you through an array of beautiful bridal designs, including a pearl tiara, the star hair cone, a twisted spiral tiara, and much more. This DVD is packed full of inspiration and helpful hints and tips. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Polymer clay I love because it will cross all ages and all mediums. You can tone it with lots of different colours to make all the shades that you desire. You can mix it with resins, you can mix it with all sorts of mediums, but not just jewellery. You can also do things like add it to your scrapbooking, your card making, and children will love it. It's a non-toxic medium, so perfect for all the family. It would just be an endless the amount of things you can make with it. I love it.
Join guest designer Debbie Bulford as she takes you on the fascinating journey of creating face canes using polymer clay. In each chapter, Debbie will guide you through how to create each part of the face. Then, with the final chapter, advance your skills and learn how to add detail and character to your piece. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Tune in this Halloween and grab yourself a spooktacular deal with our spooky mystery gift. You'll receive a surprise full of fantastic treats and goodies with a huge saving guaranteed. The Spooky Mystery Gifts, Friday, October 31st.
Welcome back to the Late Show here on Jewellery Maker. My apologies, my name's Ed. Thank you for joining us. Sorry, I was just falling in love with one of the finest strands of tanzanite I've ever seen here on Jewellery Maker. Do you know what? I say this all the time, I sound like a broken record. It's only because every time a new delivery arrives of gemstones, they're even greater quality than the last ones. We're going to get to the point where Gems TV are going to be storming in here to set our gemstones into 18 karat gold. I am mesmerised by this strand of tanzanite because one of the key things for me about tanzanite is its pleochroism. This means that you can see more than one colour depending on what angle you're looking at the gemstone. Traditionally, you can get 3 different colours from tanzanite, so you get your blues, you get your sort of pinks and purples, and then you get your reds maybe. So it might be that it's the other way, so you might get blues, purples, and then a reddish pink. This strand, you don't even really have to change angle. One gemstone is giving me like a sapphire blue tone, another one is giving me like a really rich violet tone, and then I've even got the pink hues coming through as well. I don't even have to move it. One of the sparkliest strands of tanzanite. That's nice, isn't it? That's nice and scientific. Sparkliest. Look at it. So maybe now you can see what I'm talking about. In fact, I'm just going to point it out. So if you look at this gemstone here, you can see that's quite blue, sort of like a powder blue. But then, if you just move a few gemstones to the left or right, you can see the violet tones coming through. Can you see that? Absolutely exquisite. And the way it's sparkling, it's like, you know, when the sunlight hits like a lake or a pond and you see that glisten on the surface. That's the quality of the faceting that you've got on this tanzanite. I just can't believe that we've managed to source tanzanite of this quality. Look at that. Look at the way it's sparkling. Look at that beautiful combination of colours. These are the kind of gemstones, as I say, you'd expect to see set into, well, I was going to say into gold, but I think it would probably be more like 18 karat gold. Even on our sister channel, Gems TV, where they're trying to offer you the best value on the market for jewellery, I think even they would have to accept these are top quality tanzanites. Traditionally, tanzanite receives a colour grading. That's how we sort of try to work out the quality of different varieties of tanzanite. It's an A grade rating, so 1A is, you know, quite included, a little bit pale. A AA tanzanite, it's got all the colours there, but they're not really vivid. AAA tanzanite, we're talking about sort of, you can be talking about 4-figure sums, really strong blues and violet tones. Now, you wouldn't actually get an individual colour grading for these gemstones because they're a little bit too small as individual stones. Collectively, you're getting 30 carats in total. I have to say, more often than not, when I look at tanzanite here on Jewellery Maker, I do suggest that it would probably be on par with a AA tanzanite rating. You know, and as I say, I'm not trying to classify these on air, I'm just trying to give us an idea of the kind of colour they would normally be associated with if they were much larger carat weights. And I would say that these are much more similar to a AAA tanzanite than a AA tanzanite, based on the colour tone alone, just so I don't mislead anybody. I'm not saying they are AAA tanzanites, and as I say, they're too small to gain a colour grading anyway, but just from my experience, and I've been selling tanzanite for 7 years with the same company, I have to say, I would probably say these are more closely similar to a AAA tanzanite than a AA tanzanite. The most expensive piece of jewellery I've ever sold was a quadruple A tanzanite, actually. So these are, we're talking about the upper echelons of colour classification. You're very, very rarely going to find a quadruple A. It did sell for 4 figures. I think it was around about £4,000 that we auctioned the tanzanite ring for, but I think it got a valuation of over 10,000, the ring design. So very impressive sample. Yeah, so this is the kind of strand which is going to help you to start maybe charging higher price points if you're selling your designs, or maybe you've already started to maybe inch up the price points. This is the kind of item that might help you to justify that leap in price. So as your finish starts to improve, as your designs start to become more professional, and you want to start thinking, I don't want to get £20 for this necklace, I want to get a £50 price point for this necklace, by including a gemstone like tanzanite that's, you know, one of the most sought after gemstones on the planet, exclusively sold by Tiffany's when it was first discovered. This is when you're going to start to achieve those higher price points. This recording, in fact, is fantastic for showing that gorgeous pleochroism we were talking about just moments ago, where you can see the violet tones, the royal blues, and even that pink hue coming through as well. I've got people multi-buying this, but I have fewer than 10 strands available. In fact, I started with fewer than 10, and I've already got these being allocated. Congratulations to Kate. You've got 2 of these heading your way already. $59.95, I have to tell you, we're talking about £2 a carat for, as I say, tanzanites, which if I had to personally give them a colour classification, I'd say they're more similar to AAAs than AAs. And look at the way they're sparkling. You can see the consistency in the colour and in the quality of the gemstone from the way they've been faceted, even though they're quite small, because they range in size from 3x1 to 5x2. I mean, not that small. You wouldn't necessarily expect the faceting to make the impact it has, but just look at the way they're sparkling. Even on the back of my hand, and you've got to look at my horrible man fingers, even though I have had my nails done. But look at the way they're sparkling, fantastic. And we've got multiple light sources in the studio bouncing off these gemstones. When you see them in the flesh, with one light source, they are going to absolutely sparkle like there's no tomorrow, like you're walking down the red carpet. Okay, I have got 3 strands remaining in stock. That's all we have remaining now. So even if you're umming and ahhing, get them home. You have until January to make your final decision. What about if you're a December baby? This is your birthstone. How lucky are December babies? They have got 3 of the rarest gemstones on the planet connected to that month. So, and we're going to bring you them all tonight. Look at this. How about this? All of December's birthstones are coming up on tonight's show. They're pretty lucky, aren't they? They've got turquoise, tanzanite and zircon. You want to be a December baby now? Ah. Helena, maybe we'll just make you an honorary December baby. You don't have to be a December baby to own tanzanite or turquoise or zircon. Don't forget, we're going to launch that premier strand of zircon later in the show. Champagne zircon, that's the only way to describe it. Premier strand. Oh, I totally agree with you. Is that from the finish on the gemstone or the sort of legacy, the story, the narrative? Sorry, we're just having a private conversation. We're just getting to know our new producer, Helena. She's saying she prefers zircon to diamonds. You know, its nickname is the Mandarin diamond because it's been mistaken for diamonds quite a lot. So there you go. Looks to me like that tanzanite is going to be a sellout, so if you've got it placed in your basket, check out to avoid disappointment. We're going to move on. Oh, really? Number 12. I love this. Very, very limited in availability. And, ooh, how about this alongside your tanzanite? How about that for a combination? I like that. You could use, that way you could be quite sparing with the carat weight of tanzanite that you actually use in your designs, but you're placing it alongside another of the big four in the form of rubies. And you can probably be a little bit more gem heavy with your ruby, if you like, here, because you've got this alternative variety. So it's almost like you've got a bit of, it's almost like you've got chatoyancy on the surface of the gemstone, in fact. They are sort of rough cut nuggets, but then they've been polished, and it gives you such an interesting finish to the gemstone. Not the traditional way we'd expect to see ruby, because traditionally we do find clarity in the gemstone, don't we? You do have some ruby coming up later in the show. And actually, what about that for a combination? Because then it's almost as though the piece of jewellery itself will be telling a story, taking us through the narrative of the process from, you know, Mother Nature putting the sort of crystal formation together, and then how it ends up as a luxury gemstone. So that might be quite a nice way to work with the gemstone. 140 carats of ruby on this particular strand, and it does look very, very dark on screen. Again, it's almost a sort of red wine hue that you're getting from this particular gemstone, so you're seeing the sort of purple tones. Have a look at this. Definitely getting some chatoyancy there, you see that? And this is the polishing process that's allowed the gemstone to offer you that optical effect. Totally natural ruby. And here you've got those purple hues. You know, some of the highest prized rubies in the world have a purple hue rather than giving you the cherry red. So when you're really classifying a ruby, you do want to see that purple hue. You've got it here in abundance, but you've also got another interesting optical effect that you wouldn't find from your traditional commercial rubies. This is because it's a slightly more organic variety, so the way it's been polished helps that chatoyancy to come through. The nuggets themselves range in size from 7x6 to 14x10, so again, a graduation in size that is going to offer you a little bit more design scope. This comes from our Gems of Distinction range, and any of the gemstones from the big five you'd expect to be included in our elite range of gemstones. Normally $14.95 for 140 carats, but she's not messing around, I told you. She's here to make an impact on the Late Show. Producer Helena's taken it under £10 tonight to $9.95 for 140 carats of ruby, but only for the first few people that come through on the phone lines. It is very, very limited in availability. So the quicker you're on the phone lines, the higher the possibility that you will be successful in owning beautiful ruby tonight. While we're on the subject of birthstones, it is in fact July's birthstone. So if you know a July baby, maybe you're planning on putting together a special piece of jewellery over the Christmas period, but for a July baby, this could be the perfect way to include their birthstone, but with a little bit of a twist, because it is that alternative variety. Okay, it looks like that's going to be another sellout, so we're going to move on. Ooh, I thought that might be what it is. I am excited by this. I just spotted my favourite gemstone in the box. That's why I got excited. My favourite is number 11, Helena. Regular viewers already know what I'm waiting for. We're going to do it next. Yes. Okay. I'm such a child. You'll learn, don't worry. Have a look at this. Now this is beautiful quality labradorite. Again, the way it's been cut and faceted, helping that optical effect to come through, and of course that will make an impact on your designs. I'm just trying to capture this labradorescence because it's such an interesting combination. You've got oranges and greens on one gemstone there. Oh yeah, it's coming through, isn't it? There you go, look at that orange and green together there. Almost like a little spectrum of colour. And again, these very definitive cuts, the faces on the cuboid shapes that you've got here, really allow that labradorescence to come to the forefront of your designs. I'll tell you what, masculine macrame bracelet with the cuboid gemstones, I'd wear that every day. Yeah, I bet even some of these hunky guys around me, some of these cool dudes would wear. Mike, could you wear labradorite in your bracelet?
Of course.
Yeah, look for that. Oh, Sharon, regular viewer and contributor, has text through to say these labradorites That's just, I do it all the time. These labradorites are lush. What more do you want to know? That is it. That sums it up perfectly, actually. They are just lush. And do you know what? I found some sort of orange labradorescence a second ago. Have a look at this. Purple tones coming through on this one. Love the way that the facets determine the way that the labradorescence moves across the face of the gemstone. It's just gorgeous, isn't it? I feel that this would be more suitable for masculine designs than the ovals, but it'll work. I mean, can you imagine these in a gorgeous pair of earrings? You could be quite sparing. Cufflinks. Okay, I want those. They'd go with my shirt as well. Oh, is there how many strands have we got? There might be enough. Ah, okay, so another customer's texted you to say they owned the faceted labradorite cuboids. When you get these home, they are really going to come to life, because once again, our studio light's not doing us any favour, a little bit limiting in bringing out the optical effect thanks to that multiple number of light sources hitting the gemstone. So by taking them into natural daylight, you can really appreciate that labradorescence. So somebody who already owns the strand has come through to explain that when you get this home, that's when you get a much better idea of how effective the gemstone will be in your designs. And geez, Helena, what a maverick. Her first late show, and she's just told me she's going lower on the price. She wants to make this strand of labradorite as accessible as possible. It's currently available for $14.95. If you are new to us here on The Late Show, any price reduction you see will only be available for 60 minutes. So start dialing that free phone number right now, because we've taken it down to $11.95. That is going to be a must-have for most jewellery makers. Especially now we've handed you back the equivalent of your P&P. £3 price reduction, so only ever pay one P&P per day here at Jewellery Maker of just $2.95. I'm just going to try and isolate some of these gemstones and see if I can show you the combinations of colours, because I'm seeing golden hues and oranges, then I'm seeing lime greens, if those are coming through. Oh yeah, there they are. Sky blues, electric blues, look at that, look at that. Neon tone coming through on that one. They are just out of this world. I mean, actually, the graduation, you could just use maybe 2 or 3 of these on a pair of earrings, couldn't you? So you need, what, 6 gemstones? I would probably suggest silver-plated findings, or at least silver-plated, maybe 925 sterling silver findings. 6 gemstones graduating in size. If you go large to small, they'll look like little Christmas trees as well, so they'll be perfect for your party season. Oh, you'll learn this as well. I've got loads of great jewellery designing ideas, I just can't do any of it. So, so if you're good at jewellery making, we can have a great business together, Helena. Are you any good? Ah, you'll have to go to one of our workshops and see how good you are. $11.95. Don't forget, if you want to learn any particular disciplines, or you just want to, you know, grow in confidence, feel a little bit more accomplished with the technique that you're trying to master, plenty of workshops hosted by our guest designers, and a bit of one-on-one tuition. Great day out. Have a look at the different options. They're all available on our website, or of course, if you want to speak to a member of our help team, just dial the free phone number. Huge number of people coming through for that one. I'm not surprised. Again, some of the highest quality labradorite we can ever hope to bring you, and Helena even gives you a price reduction. So that will be available at that price point for the next 60 minutes. Take advantage while you can. Moving on. Am I right in thinking that I'm able to do what I think? My favourite. Yes. Okay, this is my favourite gemstone. That's why everybody thinks I'm a bit girly when it comes to my gemstones, Helena. Kunzite is my favourite gemstone. I'll tell you why I love it as a gemstone. Oh, I'll tell you what. I'll be half tempted to wear that if somebody made it, even though I don't think it's particularly manly. You can have kunzite cufflinks, definitely, because I've got rose quartz cufflinks. So, yeah, and they're flower shaped. What's so funny about that? I'll wear them tomorrow for you. There we go. I just love this gemstone. The reason I love kunzite is because when I think of jewellery design, and when I first started working for the Genuine Gemstone Company, I didn't have any knowledge about gemstones or fashion or jewellery design. So I just sort of took it all in by osmosis, working with Vicky and Lucy. They were my presenters when I was a producer on Gems TV. And when I think about jewellery, I think of luxury goods, traditionally for the fairer of the species, for ladies. I know that nowadays the cufflink designs that I see are out of this world. I've developed quite the collection of cufflinks. But ultimately, there's no essential piece of jewellery, is there? You don't need jewellery. You could live without jewellery. But it's how we show beautiful ladies just how much they mean to us. So I think that they epitomise luxury and femininity. Any piece of jewellery, that's the aim. And when you're dealing with a gemstone like kunzite, half the battle's already won. Because when you look at that sort of swirl of colour, those Parisian pinks that come through, it screams femininity, it screams luxury. The fact that it's still highly prized, very, very rare, and you will find that Tiffany, the company that exclusively sold this gemstone also when it was first discovered, still are a major player in the sourcing of kunzite. This is still one of their prized assets. They still want to get hold of kunzite anytime they can. Now, you would say that in many respects it might be sort of in the same category as tanzanite from that point of view. Been discovered during the last century, exclusively sold by Tiffany's, who of course spent tens of millions gem hunting across the world to discover these new species of gemstones. But the only thing about kunzite is, whereas with tanzanite for the last 50 years we've been really successful. We found a huge deposit and we've just been digging through Tanzanite 1, taking as much as we can, and people have been falling in love with it. It's not like that with kunzite. You can go 100, maybe even 200 years before you find a sizable deposit. Recently they found a deposit of kunzite in the Minas Gerais region, probably mispronounced that, Minas Gerais region. And funnily enough, this just goes to show how well respected we are as a company, because when they discovered this huge deposit of kunzite, probably the first sizable deposit they found for about 100 years, they didn't call Tiffany's. Nope. They called Steve Bennett. They exclusively sold that range of kunzite on Gems TV and Rocks TV. And honestly, this is a major find, because what will happen is, you might find kunzite. I'm not saying they've never found kunzite for 100 years. You'll find it, but it won't be a very large yield, and so makes it a little bit difficult to have any serious commercial activity going on with the gemstone. When you do find a huge source of kunzite, you want it to be exclusively sold by one leading jeweller, and that was us the last time they found any sizable yields of kunzite. We have managed to source the same gemstone for you here on Jewellery Maker, and again, I've sold kunzite for 4-figure sums, and do your own research, you'll see that people are more than happy to achieve 5-figure sums to add kunzite to their order as well. Over 100 carat to kunzite on this particular strand. Very, very sizable gem weights here on each nugget. They range in size from 11 by 7 to 24 by 12. So we've only got 3 different varieties of kunzite on our website. Is one of them the yellow kunzite? Is that the one? Oh, we've got an individual calibrated stone from our gem collector range. And then we've got 3 different strands. This is such high quality. It comes from our Gems of Distinction range, so very, very limited in the kind of kunzite we can source for you, but it's just because it's so heavily regarded and sought after. I think if you do use that kind of gemstone in the design, that could be a sort of Who's that on the... Is that my family on the phone inviting you to Christmas dinner? You rendered me speechless. Unbelievable. Under £20 for over 100 carats. I actually am speechless. I wasn't expecting beautiful rose pink quartzite with this colour tone of these carat weights for £19.95. You sure about this? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. What's going on in there, Helena? It's your first night and you're taking kunzite under £20.
Get back out there.
Unbelievable. There you go. She's not messing around. It's star buy time. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Okay, I've told her off for her price and she's told me off for leaving the desk. And now we're going to make it up to you. Can't believe that. Kunzite under £20. Don't tell me you're going to do something silly on these pearls. Again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but these have to be considered some of the highest quality pearls we've ever seen here at Jewellery Maker. 8 by 7 millimetres. That's, yeah, that suggests there's some sort of elongation in the size. I certainly can't see it with the naked eye. I suppose it is just a millimetre. They are absolutely out of this world. They're just classic white cultured pearls, aren't they? The kind of items you would see in a boutique window for 3 figures. And I say this from experience. I've done my own research. I've been looking in these boutique windows. You're looking at sort of 3-figure sums, and they're never perfect rounds that I see in the boutique windows. Not that they never existed, but the ones I see never tend to be perfect rounds anyway. In fact, the last design I saw was a sort of vintage pearl necklace, and same colour tone as this, because that's the most traditional tone. That's the one everybody's after, I suppose. And they definitely weren't as round as this. £135. And when I mentioned that to Hannah Osborne, she said, you should have bought it. You probably could have made a profit on an online auction site. Yeah, £135. We aren't going to charge you anything like £135 for this, but all you're missing is the clasp from the design I saw. I mean, if you can imagine receiving a bridal commission, this is the strand of pearls you need in your collection to achieve those more considered price points. Actually, I have to say, these are the kind of pearls that, again, will help you to justify those higher price points. I'm thinking, how about if you just got tanzanite for £2 a carat? Already ridiculous, but tanzanite pearls, fantastic combination. One of Mark Smith's sort of memory wire style bracelet designs. Ooh. How about... Okay, I'll let them know. Helena's just saying if anybody wants to make her some sort of bracelet or necklace design. She wants the zircon with the pearls. So there you go. There could be a commission in that for you, you never know. Zircon will be launched later in the show, very limited in availability. Just like these pearls, actually. We're definitely not going to have enough to go round, in my opinion, because they are so perfect. They are... I mean, they're not perfect, sorry, because it does state on the classification they're 8 by 7 mil, but I really can't see that elongation. They're virtually perfect rounds. There are a huge number of people coming through at jewellerymaker.com, and we've actually got a queue on our free phone number, about 90 seconds, so nothing to worry about. You will be answering the order in which you dial. I've got guest designers coming through. Janet's just come through to grab a strand of these. That goes to show people who do get to see our gemstones every single day know the quality, and if I'm talking about these in this high regard, guest designers know they can trust us. Regular viewers, I'm sure you know you can trust the quality of the pearls we bring you. We're not expecting to be able to offer you these kind of price points for cultured pearls for very much longer. So get on that free phone number right now. White cultured pearls should be $27.95. And everybody who came through early and trusted us, congratulations, because everyone will now pay the same final low price of $19.95. I tell you what, if you're using them on a bridal tiara, in fact, I don't even think you need to go to that extent. You could literally restrand this. I'm thinking about maybe one of those little amethyst clasps. You know, the little heart-shaped toggle clasp that had the amethyst set into it? I mean, can you imagine that on the back? So you've got a feature there, you're adding value, but let the pearls do the talking. At under £20, that could be, I mean, an opportunity for you to treble, even quadruple your money really on this kind of strand, because that is the quality of pearls we're looking at right now. And even though we do have quite a large variety of pearls here at Jewellery Maker, we've explained the way we source pearls and that we've worked with the same suppliers for a decade, we can bring you the coloured pearls. So we saw the turquoise pearls, the mulberry pearls earlier on, but actually, even when we have white pearls, they're normally a little off-white, or, you know, the pearl essence isn't quite giving it that same high-end sheen that you might see from other suppliers. These absolutely are. This, for me, is the highest quality strand of pearls I think I've ever seen here at Jewellery Maker. And as I say, I hate to say that, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but the quality just seems to improve from delivery to delivery. So every 6 weeks, the quality of the gemstones we offer you seems to increase in quality. That's not a bad thing, that's a fantastic offer. I'm just thinking, keep it simple with these. Memory wire bracelet for a December baby, tanzanite and pearls. Have you seen that design that Mark Smith put together with tanzanite and pearls? Looks fantastic. He did the same thing with Peridot as well. That would work. I'm thinking about this. You could go down the same route with your rubies and pearls. Pearls are the perfect accent for those high-end gemstones, aren't they? Because they're highly regarded. People tend to consider this to be a mineral that offers you that feeling of elegance and opulence. I think they have those natural associations with sophistication, don't they? And I should just say, whenever we talk about pearls, we always refer to bridal jewellery. They are synonymous with bridal jewellery. There is a reason for this. Traditional folklore suggests that pearls will stop the bride from crying on the big day, and that's why pearls have that association with weddings and brides or bridal parties. Actually know for a fact there's some people that own bridal shops that sell dresses that buy these strands of pearls from us, add a clasp, they actually offer them as gifts to the bride or as favours for the bridesmaids, and you know, that's the kind of thing that can help to enhance your small business. Word of mouth surely going to spread when somebody tells you, I've got a pearl necklace that would have set me back 60, 70, 80 pounds elsewhere free of charge when I bought my bridesmaid's dress. Who knows? Could be a great way for you to maybe branch out. $19.95, you've got them placed in your basket. You need to check out, because I've got a queue of around about 60 seconds on the phone lines. I am going to leave this to one side because I've fallen in love with them. What did you say, sorry? Oh, fantastic. Is this your favourite cut of gemstone? Why is that then, producer Helena? Like the way that the light's dispersed thanks to the way it's been cut. Well, I can totally understand that. They almost have now they actually are classified as a shield shape, but then they're concave cut, and that gives you this fantastic depth to the gemstone. You probably want a sort of open setting, really, an open gallery in your design, don't you? Whether it's a pendant or a ring, you want to be able to appreciate the carat weight of each gemstone and the depth, because, as Helena points out, the way they've been faceted, they almost have this sort of kaleidoscope-like effect, don't they, when the light enters the gemstone. And these come from the cut collection. So if you think that the Gems of Distinction range represents our elite quality, these are the upper echelons of the Gems of Distinction range. So these have been cut by one of our most experienced lapidarists. It would take you years and years and years to master the art of creating a concave cut gemstone, where each facet is mirrored on either side of the axis. If I was to slice the gemstone down the centre, those facets are completely mirrored, otherwise you wouldn't get that effect. So this is not an easy task to achieve. And these are the kind of gemstones which 2 or 3 years ago we would have dreamed of being able to bring you here on Jewellery Maker. And look at that, even in our studio lights you can see that the way the light is dispersed in the centre of the gemstone gives you that almost inner glow to the gemstone. So, oh, look at that there, on the outer edge of the gemstone. There you go. That's what you're looking for. That dispersion of light that almost gives you a sort of spectrum of colour, like a rainbow living inside your gemstone. And it'd be hard to show you that in our studio lighting, but on the recording we can definitely achieve it. So again, it's going to justify the kind of price points you want to achieve for your high-end pieces, but just think about the amount of labour that's gone into creating this, not just in sourcing top quality green amethyst, but to cut and facet these such a precise and exacting manner. As I say, these would have to have been cut by one of our most experienced lapidarists. In fact, here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, we're good friends with Glenn Lehrer, one of the most talented and highly regarded lapidarists in the world. And he said to me that he could teach me to polish any gemstone within 5 weeks. But to master the art of polishing a gemstone, and this is just to create a cabochon, that's the first cut you'll learn as a lapidarist. You learn how to create a cabochon, because rather than cutting the gemstone, it's actually a polishing technique. He said he could teach me to polish a gemstone into a cabochon within 5 weeks, but for me to master the art of polishing a gemstone, it would take me 5 years, because each gemstone would require a different process, a different set of skills to polish each gemstone. So this is something that people dedicate their life to, and I'm thinking that it's going to be a very, very experienced lapidarist that is able to create a concave faceted shield. Now currently these are available on our website for $49.95. Already incredible value when you think about the fact that you've got 85 carats, but we're not staying there. For the next 60 minutes you will be able to take advantage of our price reduction. We're taking them down to $39.95. Another crisp £10 note back in your pocket this evening, all thanks to producer Helena. Look at that, absolutely out of this world. Now, I'm thinking cocktail ring and pendant matching set. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 gemstones on the actual strand. That's £4 a gemstone. I think this is going to justify more than £4 worth of your price point for your design. If you are working with a concave cut like this, and you include that into a sort of cocktail style ring, you're not going to be selling that for £5 to £10, are you? You're talking about probably make your money back off 1 or 2 designs, really, can't you? $39.95, a £10 price reduction, but only available at that price for the next 60 minutes. We're going to move on. And we've got another variety of green amethyst now. So we're trying to look at some of the more well-known gemstones that will attract attention to your craft fair store, for example, but maybe slightly alternative varieties. So green amethyst, for example, people might come up, they might be aware of amethyst, but they might not have seen green amethyst. This could be your way of making a sale. And again, look at the way this gemstone's been faceted. Beautiful colour tone, which makes it very neutral, but then heavily faceted to provide you with this gorgeous sparkle, that play of light on the surface of the gemstone. True luxury from this particular strand, because it is your classic checkerboard faceting. I mean, look at that. As a ring design, you make your money back off one gemstone, especially when you see the price point. You're going to understand why I am so confident that this is a money-making strand. Top quality amethyst, beautiful clarity, significant carat weights on each and every gemstone, checkerboard faceted to enhance the look of the gem. They range in size from 9x7 to 17x12. February's birthstone, the gemstone of Valentine's. Currently available on our website for $19.95 for 70 carats of faceted green amethyst. And we're not staying there. We're taking this down to Bargain Town as well. Significant drop on the price here, but as ever, it's only available at this price for 60 minutes. So you've got to take advantage right now, particularly when I tell you that I only have a limited number available. This is the nature of the late show. It's our job to add it to your order prices so that you can maximise on your 1p and p per day. And we do that by clearing out the last of stock. Often we will give you these price reductions. I mean, that is very, very significant, down from £20 to £12.95 this evening, but only for 60 minutes. So take advantage, add it to your order before we become oversubscribed on this particular strand. You need to be dialing that free phone number. I do have a lot of people coming through for this particular strand. I suppose amethyst is always going to be popular because so many people are aware of it. But when you've got faceted varieties offering you clarity and sparkle for a clearance price, you know you're on to a winner. So start dialing that free phone number. We're going to move on. Congratulations to everybody who got that one. And we're now going to bring you, this is quite interesting, ticking a few boxes here, because not only do you have the gemstone that most people are aware of in the form of amethyst, but you've actually got one of the rarest gemstones on the planet, because this is Ametrine. And we were talking at length about this on Thursday evening, but just in case you weren't tuned in, if you missed out, this particular gemstone is only available from one mine in the world. That's how rare it is. Not just one source, not just one region, one mine. And it's where Mother Nature has placed this graduation between the two gemstones of amethyst and citrine, and in the centre there is a hybrid variety known as Ametrine. So you get both the regality of the purple tones from your amethyst, but you also get the golden hues from your citrine there. And you can see them both on each gemstone. I'll pick this large one. There you go, look at that. That just looks exquisite, doesn't it? And again, because of the way it's sparkling, you can see the impact the lapidary has made on the gemstones. Hugely luxurious from the number of facets that have been placed on each gemstone. The greater the number of facets, the greater the play of light, and therefore the more sparkle, the more luxury that we get from the gemstone. This is a gemstone which might be for collectors if they understand what they're dealing with, or it could just be that you fall in love with the combination of colours. Purples and golds, a classic combination. I mean, look at that, it just looks so sumptuous, doesn't it? Huge carat weight there, 240 carats. They're quite sizable pieces. They range in size from 11x9 up to 22x21, so very, very high carat weights here. Love the way it's been faceted again. It's like paparazzi flashes, isn't it? And in all honesty, Helena was just saying we don't see a lot of Ametrine. No one sees a lot of Ametrine, in all honesty. It's only when that one mine owner in Bolivia comes across a vein of Ametrine and we can negotiate a good price. So it's very, very rare to bring you this. Probably even more rare than Tanzanite or almost perfectly round pearls or kunzite. Ametrine is probably one of the rarest gemstones on the planet. Huge carat weights here though, so get on that phone line because we're about to go even lower. It's luxury for less, should be £27.95, but once again we're taking it under £20 for Ametrine this evening. It's the lowest ever price for this strand of Ametrine, £19.95, but only available at that price for 60 minutes. So the more people that are on the phone lines, the quicker it's going to sell out. So make sure you put yourself to the front of the queue, dial that free phone number, or as I say, if you do place it in your basket at jewellerymaker.com, please check out, because I don't want anybody to miss out on one of the rarest gemstones on the planet for the lowest price we've ever offered. 240 carats of Ametrine for under £20. Again, it's a mesmerising price point, and again, it's a very versatile gemstone, partly because of the size of each gemstone, the way it's been faceted, so you can imagine that is going to be the perfect pendant design, can't you? Or actually, I'm thinking, how about wire wrapped into maybe like a brooch as a Christmas gift, something like that, because it is such a significant size and such a rare gemstone. You might want to make something a little bit off the wall, a little bit kooky, something you can wear every day, because of course a feature pendant is only going to be suitable when you are wearing your plunging neckline or whatever it is. But if you've got a beautiful brooch, vintage style design, you can wear that every day, can't you? Just an idea. I love the way these are sparkling. $19.95, an exclusive price reduction which will only be available for the next 60 minutes. So as I say, if you do want to take advantage of that, you do need to act pretty quickly. Look at that, it's just exquisite. Okay, I'm leaving that one with you. Oh, this is quite an interesting variety of garnet. January's birthstone, once again. But I have to say, garnet's becoming more and more of interest to me as a gemstone. Partly because of the Gems TV documentary we saw on ITV, where the owner of the company, Mr. Steve Bennett, was, I suppose, becoming a little bit concerned at the lack of activity up at Tanzanite 1. That's been our biggest selling gemstone as a company for years and years, ever since it was discovered, really. But, you know, commercial realities of cutting the gemstone mean that the price points are soaring, and actually we haven't taken any sizable deposits of tanzanite out of the ground for probably around about 6 months now, maybe longer. So instead he decided to go on a bit of a gem hunting expedition and discovered a new and exclusive variety of garnet. That was the Tulele variety that they discovered, and obviously he's looking at that as maybe being part of that elite group of gemstones, if you like, so putting it alongside the likes of tanzanite. The interesting thing about garnet as a gemstone is that it's more of a type of gemstones than a species, because you do get so many variations in the chemical composition, and that's why you get this huge array of colour tones. So if you think about, this is very similar to that Tulele tone, isn't it? That Mandarin hue that we got there. Or if you think about the classic rhodolite garnet, where we look at those rich cherry red and red wine tones coming through. So what you actually know these as, the Groschuller garnets. So garnets, as I say, is more of a sort of type of gemstone than an actual species. Different elements will give these gemstones their colour tones, their density, for example. And so, as I say, these are the sort of classic tones. Mandarin, maybe for the gem hunters of this world. Might be that your rhodolite garnets for your customers, people are going to recognise the classic traditional reds. But what about if you are looking for something a little bit different for you as a collector, and you want to get hold of these particular colour tones, much earthier colours. I mean, it's described as multicoloured. I've been quite happy with sort of forest green, because most of them are offering you a rich green tone, but slight variations, sort of earthy, goldier, more golden tones on the strand as well. Love the shapes as well, because once again it gives you that organic feel from the strand itself. They range in size from 11 by 9 to 20 by 19. And it's all about finding the variety of garnet that suits your jewellery designs and, I suppose, your outfits. 140 carats of garnet, currently available on our website for $11.95. Beautiful polished finish on these gemstones. And once again, we're going to hand you back the equivalent of your P&P. So should be $11.95 this evening for the next 60 minutes. Add it to your order for $8.95. That's just what we do here at Jewellery Maker. We take top quality gemstones, and we make them affordable. We bring them to you for add it to your order prices. 1 P&P per day. So if you've already got your order up and running, maybe something you saw on the morning show took your fancy, maybe you felt inspired between 1 PM and 5 PM, and you've already made a purchase, you can add these to your order for just £8.95. Great way to maximise on that £2.95. We'll leave that one with you. And we're going to move on. We're going to bring you November's birthstone. So people are going to be starting to plan maybe Christmas gifts or birthday gifts, or maybe you're just trying to create a very eclectic selection of jewellery for those craft fairs over the coming weeks. People tend to sort of ramp it up towards the end of the year, don't they? And they have a craft fair every week. You've got to be offering people that birthstone jewellery that might just see you making a few sales, because of course if somebody has gone along to a craft fair, they might be looking for something for a specific event, so a November birthday for example. And here you've got beautiful imperial topaz, one of my favourite varieties of topaz. Offers you this sort of champagne tone actually. Looks very celebratory actually, doesn't it? Because the very subtle inclusions that you've got here on your top drill drops, which again are faceted to perfection, almost look like the fizzy bubbles you find in champagne, don't they? Absolutely exquisite. I'm just thinking, how about placing this alongside that premier strand of zircon later this evening? Can you imagine offering maybe a relative or a friend or a loved one the opportunity to own birthstone jewellery which offers you this much elegance, zircon and imperial topaz? As I say, very, very popular variety of November's birthstone. Topaz, another gemstone like amethyst, heavily used on the high street, so people are aware of it. They might have sort of admired designs in the past, but they don't have it in their collection. So if you're working with these well-known gemstones like the likes of amethyst and topaz, you might find that you actually do start to sell your designs. Again, you've got quite a significant graduation in the sizes, because they range from 7x3 up to 15x5. So again, very easy to create the matching sets of earrings and pendant jewellery. And we're going to give you a price slash. Currently available for £17.95, and I say that because my producer said it should be £17.95, but I don't think 100 carats of imperial topaz should be £17.95. That's not going to stop her putting a crisp £5 note back in your pocket. £12.95 this evening. That's what we're here for. The Late Show is attempting to find an add it to your order price for every single person out there. £12.95. Represents a £5 reduction, but as ever, only available for 60 minutes. I'll leave that one with you as I see people are flying through. We've got multi-buyers for November's birthday stone? Birthstone will do, Ed. 100 carats of imperial topaz, but with a £5 saving. We're going to move on. Am I right in thinking, oh no, there's a few goodies in here. I'll tell you what, can I make a deal? How about if we make a deal? We'll do the star by now, but then we don't go to a break, and that'll give us chance to fit in these two strands. Would you like that? You like that? Okay, no deal. Director Bruce says no. Okay, so what we're going to do, star by? Star by time. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. This is a double trouble deal. So we've created a wholesale bundle. Again, we focus on what is generally considered to be one of our fastest selling minerals here at Jewellery Maker. So we have our favourites. We know some people like labradorite, some people love amethyst, for example, but whenever I bring a strand of pearls on screen, people fly on the phone lines. We know how versatile it is, whether it's for an everyday piece or a luxury design, pearls are going to fit the bill. And again, you've got these deep colour tones here, deep saturation of colour, which offers opulence, and sophistication. I love these colours, love this combination, because these are classified as maroon pearls, but they have a sort of purple pearlescence to them. I think blues and purples work beautifully together, don't they? Particularly when you've got this dramatic midnight blue tone from these larger pearls. These range from 8 to 9 millimetres in size, so slight elongation on the size. These, I think, are an approximation in terms of their size, so I think they're not uniformed rounds in terms of 5 millimetres, but again, difficult to see from the naked eye that they're not. I mean, I'm just thinking, if you got hold of the white pearls, imagine making them go a little bit further, and it gives a lift to those deeper colour tones as well, doesn't it? I mean, that works perfectly actually together. Just as a little transition between the purple and the midnight blues. I mean, they're almost a sort of peacock pearl or a Tahitian tone because of that depth of colour. I'm falling in love with this particular bundle. It's absolutely gorgeous. Not just when you place them together, because they are very complementary, but actually to have luxury pearls of 8 to 9 millimetres and to have the delicate 5mm maroon rounds is very, very useful for a lot of designers, isn't it? Now, by placing them together, we can create a wholesale bundle, so we are going to give you a reduction on the price point you'd normally pay for these 2 strands. In fact, really, that's already incredible. So normally it would be $16.90, so we're talking about less than £9 per strand any other day. Really? But tonight, and this is just for Helena, I said you buy one, you get one free. You buy one, you get one free. Yeah, officially the most annoying person on TV now. Not the second. What is that guy doing? Seriously. $9.95, so that's buy one, get one free on genuine cultured pearls here. You've got these beautiful peacock pearls or midnight blue tones coming through from the larger pearls, and then the more delicate tones. Yes, they're classified as maroon, but imagine these. I'm thinking this alongside the tanzanite, maybe play on the purple tones that you've got there. You like that? Beautiful, that is. Or maybe a bit of ruby alongside them. Oh yeah, that looks quite good, doesn't it? Rubies and pearls, another classic combination. What about, how would the zircon look? Fantastic clarity. Love that. This zircon's going to be launched about an hour, is that right? Oh, during the next hour or so, we are going to bring this premier strand of zircon to you. Okay, I have got a huge number of people with this particular pearl bundle placed in their basket. All I'll say is I've got about a 60-second queue on the free phone number. So again, if multi-buyers come through, you do run the risk of missing out. I know it might just be the way you do it and you're waiting for something, I don't know what it is, but I'm just warning you, we are becoming heavily subscribed on this particular bundle. Could be a sellout deal, so if you've got it in your basket, check out. We have extended our money back guarantee until January, so there is absolutely nothing to worry about if you are investing in this deal. A double trouble combination of your midnight blue pearls and your maroon pearls for less than £10 this evening. Again, it's only available for 60 minutes. So is that all right, guys? Just to move on. Just number 14. Because I'll tell you why, I get so many people. Okay, we've only got single figures of availability, but I did say that we'd bring you all of December's birthstones on the show. So if we don't do this strand, then I haven't been fair. So as I say, the first few people to start dialing that free phone number will be successful in owning natural turquoise, beautiful medium nuggets. I love these golden coloured inclusions that you see here. I think a lot of people are already aware of the history attached to this gemstone. We talk about it at length usually when we bring it to you because it is so highly regarded, so sought after, and I probably get a request a day. And as I say, I get probably a request today of somebody saying, can you tell me next time you have turquoise in? This isn't a new strand, it's the last of stock, so we've got a handful remaining now because I've already got people coming through. Oh, half the stock's already been allocated. I told you it was sought after. Okay, let's get that price on screen because I'm hearing it's less than £1 a carat. $34.95 for 50 carats of natural turquoise. I mean, as I say, here at Jewellery Maker, we're determined to bring you as many variations as possible. And earlier in the year, we had the reconstituted variety, didn't we? Which gives you a chance to own the natural mineral, but as I say, in a reconstituted state, this is the real deal. It has been a seller. I thought it would be, but just wanted to give you the opportunity to buy it. Now, coming up later in the show, we have that premiere launch of zircon. In fact, probably before 8 p.m, we will launch this strand again. Limited edition strand. I'm sure you'll understand. It's not an easy gemstone to source, but when you've got top quality zircon like this, you'll be able to appreciate, you know, just how competitive the market is when we as Jewellery Maker are saying we want zircon offering you this kind of clarity, this beautiful champagne tone. So it is going to be very, very popular. It's going to fly out the door. Get on the phone line early because I'm just hearing we're going to launch this in about 20 minutes time. This is going to be our 7:30 star buy tonight, so don't miss out on that. Another thing is, coming up at probably around about 8:15, we're going to bring you our superstar buy. We're going to do it a little bit early tonight because we know how popular this is going to be. This is going to be one of the most popular one we've ever done. 100 metres of 0.4mm wire in every colour you could possibly ask for. 10 metres of each, of course. And that's going to be launched at under £10. That's coming up in probably about an hour's time, so we want to make sure everybody has an opportunity to buy that. And we're going to move on. We're going to bring you as many deals as we can tonight. We're not messing around. And we're going to bring you this month's birthstone. So this is October's birthstone. Gorgeous opal. Fantastic quality of opal that we've got here at Jewellery Maker. This is one of the more interesting strands that we've been able to have here on the Late Show. As usual, the studio light's not doing us any favours, so we saw plenty of... Oh look, maybe I'll be able to isolate some pinfire for you here, just so you can appreciate that it does have genuine opalescence. But I mean, any other time you'd have 30-day money-back guarantee, so if it didn't offer everything you were looking for, you could always send it back. Right now, that money-back guarantee is actually extended until halfway through January or something like that. It might even be the end of January, I'm not sure. There you go, so you can see it in the recording, you can see the pinfire. So hopefully you can see that in the recording now. And this is actually Ethiopian opal, so quite a rare variety. 97% of all opal that is mined comes from Australia. So to get an Ethiopian strand, then it is quite rare. You can see that. I don't know if it's worth dimming the lights. Maybe I can show it on screen. Don't know if it will make any difference. Ooh. Tune in on Friday, Halloween. Can we see that? It's not easy with my hands, actually. There you go, I think it's coming through there. There you go, you got the lime greens and the marmalade tones coming through on that. Wow, purple opalescence I'm seeing here. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? It's only her first day. I should always present in the dark, should I, Helena? Right, I get you. No, it's fine. I know what you meant. Just winding her up. October's birthstone, but I do think, again, opal, not necessarily only useful for October babies because lots of people have a very, very strong sentimental attachment, very romantic feeling that you get from opal. Should be $17.95, but once again, we're going to put a crisp £5 note back in your pocket. Oh my word. Do you know what? We could see the colour play there, couldn't we, when we dim the lights? Just goes to highlight how frustrating it is trying to display these gemstones in the studio lights. And I know there's going to be people out there who go, yeah, sure, yeah, of course. Because you wouldn't have your studio geared up to show gemstones. It's impossible. Gemstones want that single form of light entering the gemstone. Here, it just wouldn't be possible unless you really did want me to present in the dark. And don't text in. I'm watching you. If you do want to text in, 60777. Start your text with JM Studio. So Opal available right now with a £5 price reduction. Again, if you've experienced this previously, then you know that you can trust us. Get it home, see it in the flesh, and fall in love with that. Where to, sorry? There is indeed. Have a look at this. Now this is what we're talking about when we say green is Mother Nature's base tone. We know it goes with any other gemstone. Say again? Yeah, baby. That's our theory here at Jewellery Maker. So yeah, you've never looked at a lovely landscape where she didn't start with a green meadow, have you? Never looked at a beautiful flower where she didn't have a green stem and a leaf before she started picking what colour the petals were. So green is always going to work. And here, you've got a fantastic combination of the different tones of green, haven't you? Because you've got your little heart-shaped Aventurine, which gives you that pastel tone, almost similar to sort of Colombian emerald tones. That's what I always think of when I see Aventurine. That might just be my more traditional gemstone background that makes me think that way. And those are little hearts, so can you imagine those maybe on the end of an extender chain? Or the end of a dangle of an earring? Or of course they could be the feature of a design. There's nothing to stop you, even with your 6mm gemstones, making a fantastic motif using those. Then you've got your plain rounds of agate. These are 6mm rounds. Love those because you get this sort of forest green from those. So you've got your pastel tone, you got your forest green. How about this fantastic Peridot Irregular drops? Again, you could easily match those up with your white pearls to create that fantastic look, because anything that has that very vivid, I would say, fresh cut grass tone from Peridot, and then the neutral finish of the white pearls, I think that would be a fantastic design. I know it works because I've seen our expert designers putting those together. And then how about this? This is something that we don't see every day. This is your shaded green quartz. These are 5mm rounds. So again, I'm just thinking, keep it simple, macrame bracelets perhaps, or just something comfortable on the wristline or the neckline, because you've got the plain round. 5mm, so large enough to make an impact without being too overstated, without making an impact on the focal point of your design. Love this combination because we haven't just got one tone of green here. Covered your bases there, and of course you've got beautiful Peridot as well. Green with envy, or you will be if somebody you know grabs this bundle and you're not on the phone lines quickly enough. Really, we're going to go even lower. Normally all 4 of these would only be $14.80, so that in itself represents the best value in the market. But we're not going to stay there. We are going to take it down to Bargain Town, down to $10.95 this evening. Works out at less than £3 per strand this evening. That is unbelievable. $10.95. I mean, again, you could just select one of these strands. How much would you pay for genuine gemstone hearts anywhere else? How much would you pay for a strand of Peridot elsewhere? And again, just look at that. It's a lengthy strand of Peridot. And you've got all those irregularities in the size and the shape. Tinkerdale, you've texted into the show, a regular contributor, says, I have that Peridot strand. It looks so much nicer in person than on screen. All of the gemstones do, to be honest, Ella, but thank you so much for backing me up there. So yeah, let's have a look at that Peridot, because Peridot's an interesting gemstone, isn't it? Like diamonds, it forms in the mantle of the Earth's crust, and so you tend to find that the intensity of the pressures and the temperatures that it actually goes through tends to be reflected in the colour tone you actually see. Sorry, my microphone just fell off my tie. So I was just going to... There we go. So, gorgeous peridot here. And it definitely is going to look better in the flesh, because I'm looking at it through the screen there. And you can't appreciate the colour. You can't appreciate the irregularity and the sizes and the shapes of the gemstones. When you see this in the flesh, apart from anything else, you've got 30 centimetre strand. This is going to help your designs to sell. It's another gemstone people will be familiar with. It's used by some of the biggest designers in the world, and you get all 4 strands here for $10.95 this evening. Absolutely out of this world. Give you one last look before we move on to our next deal. And we are going to move on. There you go. Congratulations, if you got hold of that one. What should it be? That's over here. Have a look at this. I can see why this is on the display bar, because it's one of the rarest gemstones on the planet. This is one for the collectors. So maybe you've never had the opportunity to own Andalusite previously. 30 carats in total. Polished top drilled droplets, so I mean you could easily create beautiful gemstone jewellery. And this is technically a sort of colour change gemstone. In one light source you're going to see the sort of earthier colours, the browns and the reds. In other light sources you'll be able to see the green tones coming through from the gemstone. So to find a genuine sort of colour change gemstone is very, very rare. Andalusite, probably the rarest of all of those gemstones, a true collector's gemstone. So this is for one, maybe if people have used the Gems of Distinction range to develop their own selection of gemstones and they have no intention of creating jewellery designs. We know this is the case, and there's a lot of customers who have actually collated huge amounts of Gems of Distinction strands. Some people saying they've got over 200, some people saying they've got over 400 strands from our Gems of Distinction range. No intention of taking the tassel off them, and when it comes to something like Andalusite, I absolutely understand that. So you can see there in that recording where you've got some of the warmer colours, more similar to daylight, that a lot of the reds and the chocolate browns are coming through. And if you were to have this possibly in sort of incandescent light, you'd see more of the greens coming through, more of the lime greens. I can actually see some of the greens when I shield it from the studio lights. Really, really impressive. Highly collectible. This might be one for maybe those elite craft fairs, maybe, you know, where you're having to pay quite high sums for your actual pitch. So you do need to create a bit of turnover to cover the cost of attending the craft fair, but you tend to get, you know, a slightly more informed customer base perhaps. And so if you know you're going to be going to a National Trust venue leading up to Christmas, and can you imagine offering a collector Andalusite earrings? They're going to fly off your stall, aren't they? But as I say, it might just be that you know somebody who's really enthusiastic about gemstones and collecting from this range. This is going to be a must-have for them. They're going to know about Andalusite. Sorry, I've been doing that all night. Seriously? Okay, I was just gearing up to see $29.95 and say that works out at less than £1 a carat. What are we talking about? 35p a carat for Andalusite. I've probably sold Andalusite, I could probably count them on both hands, so probably single figures, and that's in 7 years of working for the company. That's how rare it is that we can bring you there. And we've actually, yeah, there you go, so we've got very limited variety of Andalusite on our website, and this is the lowest priced strand of Andalusite. Well, I was going to say on our website, it's the lowest priced strand of Andalusite you're ever likely to find, considering the carat weight and the fantastic colour change property, because I would be 99% confident you're going to be able to see that colour change, because I can already see some of the green tones from the centre of the gemstone, and that's while I'm standing in the studio. So if you do have two very contrasting light sources, I think you'll definitely be able to experience that colour change. But for £10.95, 35p a carat for Andalusite. So Helena's just saying you pay more than that for 30 carats at the supermarket, never mind 30 carats of Andalusite. You could be right. You could actually be right. Oh, mind you, depends where you're shopping. I've made a change. Yeah. £10.95 for 30 carats of Andalusite. Okay, we're not going to be able to beat that, so I'm going. I'll see you later. Oh, I'm being told we can definitely beat it. Oh yeah, we're going to be launching zircon in 5 minutes' time. There you go. One gemstone that is probably even more impressive than Andalusite. Maybe. Probably the only one that will give it a run for its money. The oldest gemstone on planet Earth, or on Mars, in fact. That's right. I was just about to break into one. Are we doing these fabulous findings? Fantastic. These are the lever arch earring findings, is that right? Brilliant. So, we have got rose gold plated, sterling silver plated and yellow gold plated findings here. And just have a look at these. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you've got 20 of each variety. So 10 pairs of each. Have a look at this. This is everything you're going to get. This would be great, do you know what, if you've got craft fairs coming up for over the Christmas period. Oh yes, and as if that wasn't enough, you also get the larger ones. Oh wow. So this is a real wholesale deal. It was already a wholesale opportunity before we started to throw in even more. So there you go, these are the more traditional sizes. These are, what, 21 by 11 mil, is that right? And then we're also going to put in another variety of earring findings. 24 pairs, but 4 different styles. Sorry, I've just figured it out. Here we go. I'm not very bright, even though you already told me all this. So there you go. These are the 4 different styles, and you get 6 pairs of each. So you've got these larger ones. Now, do you know what this is perfect for? If you do have craft fairs coming up over the Christmas period, always important to have quite a large selection of earrings. Mark Smith saying that when he attends craft fairs, he takes 400 different earring designs. He tries to double up on some of them as well, in case somebody just wants the earrings or somebody does buy a matching set. Then he's still got the earrings to sell, for example. In fact, if you love Mark Smith's inspiration, his designs, he will be joining us from 5 p.m. tomorrow on The Late Show. So plenty of inspiration from Mark tomorrow, and he'll tell you all about the idea behind having a lot of choice on your craft fair. So I think it's imperative, really. If you want to make sales, you need to find something to suit everybody. That's pretty much what we're doing here on The Late Show, isn't it? We go through lots of different gemstone strands, lots of different component pieces, trying to find something for everyone. That's the approach you have to have at a craft fair store, where you don't know who your clientele will be, and this allows you to do that. So you've got your yellow gold plated lever arch findings, your silver plated and your rose gold plated, and then we give you another 24 pairs, 6 pairs of your round earring wire, 6 pairs of your sort of fish hook, 6 pairs of your rectangle, 6 pairs again of your little kidney dish or your lever arch, depending on how you classify it. Really? Normally, you can buy this huge array of findings for $13.90. I'm already intrigued. Are you being serious? Okay, this is the way to maximise on your 1p&p per day. This is the way to create profitable jewellery, and that's by investing in wholesale bundles of essential items. So let me just get this straight. 30, 24, 54 pairs of earring findings for $7.95. You got 10 pairs of yellow gold, 10 pairs of your silver, 10 pairs of your rose gold, and then you've got 6 pairs of each of these varieties. Well, these are easy to work with as well, aren't they? Because you can just feed a few high-end rondelles onto those, and you're good to go, aren't you? I mean, imagine if you've bought that strand of tanzanite. How about this? For the Christmas party, you feed a few tanzanite onto here, maybe a little zircon, cheeky little zircon on there as well. You wear them to the event, you literally come home, you take the tanzanite off, and then you create a piece of sellable jewellery. So you wear your tanzanite over the party season thanks to these findings, and then you still are able to create a huge amount of profit. Say again? What was that? That's the idea. I am. I'll tell you what, if you're selling in quite intimate venues, regional craft fairs for example, you have to start thinking a bit like Del Boy, to be honest with you. That's the way to create a profitable small business, isn't it? I mean, we'll steer away from the idiocy surrounding Del Boy, but certainly the deals, the way to make profit, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with thinking outside the box of how you can create profitable jewellery designs. Okay, there's people coming through to get 2, 3, even 4 of these because, of course, it can be very frustrating to run out of component pieces like your earring findings. This is a great way to really stock up on those deals. $7.95. Congratulations to Brenda, you've got 2. Terence has got 4. Virtually every phone buyer is multi-buying now. Make sure you're checking out the baskets. It's time now to launch the oldest gemstone on the planet. It's star buy time. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another star buy. As I say, this is our opportunity to launch premier products like the wire that's coming up in less than an hour. 100 metres, 0.4mm gauge wire, every colour under the sun, being launched tonight at the exclusive launch price of under £10. 45 minutes to wait, that's all you have to wait. I imagine once again we're going to have a huge number of people multi-buying that, so make sure you're on the phone lines early. Okay, so that's coming up very, very soon. But before that, very, very honoured, very privileged to bring you one of the most interesting and revered gemstones known to man. Now, actually, this has sort of practical applications, if you like, as well as being a romantic and luxurious gemstone. In fact, we heard the gorgeous Helena, my producer, saying earlier she actually prefers zircon to diamonds. Sparkles in a very similar way, and as a result, when it has been discovered and mined for in the past, it has been mistaken for diamonds, and it was known as the Mandarin diamond for some time because it gives you that same beautiful sparkle, that gorgeous clarity, that luxurious quality that you look for from top-end diamonds. However, while people say diamonds are forever, they're actually not. I know they're really, really dense, they're really hard, you couldn't smash it with a hammer maybe, but Mother Nature can deal with them. She burns them up in the Earth's crust all the time. She destroys diamonds. They're not forever. But zircon is. Zircon has been here from the dawn of time. Some people actually think that it might have been present at the Big Bang because we have found samples that are so old. It was generally taken as a given that the Earth was 4 billion years old until we found samples of zircon that were about 4.2 billion years old. So it's long before dinosaurs, in fact, Helena, yes. Think about dinosaurs, probably about 100 million years when they were extinct. So if you go back like 250 million years, that's when dinosaurs started. We're going back 4.2 billion years. In fact, zircon is responsible for redefining the way we use carbon dating. So probably the discovery of zircon actually had serious sort of implications in the world of paleontology. You would think, if they're trying to work out how old a dinosaur is, and they're always going by the usual carbon dating scale, thinking that the Earth is 4 billion years old, and then they find something, they're like, actually, we're not using this right, because this zircon is 4.2 billion years old. We found some even older. We found a meteorite that came from Mars, and we found zircon inside that meteorite that was about 4.5 billion years old. So this gemstone is probably more historic than virtually every other gemstone put together. And that is quite a powerful legacy to attach to a piece of luxury jewellery, isn't it? If you can tell people that, you know, you might think diamonds are forever, but really zircon is the gemstone that has been here from the dawn of time. This is top quality zircon. We've seen a few different varieties over the last couple of years. It's not a gemstone we're able to bring you every day here at Jewellery Maker, but when we do have it, you need to be on those phone lines quickly, particularly if you are thinking about yourself as an elite jewellery maker, maybe somebody who does work quite closely with your clients. Maybe you sit down on a one-on-one basis and put together your personal commissions. Or, as I say, if you're thinking of forking out, I don't know what it is, £200 for a pitch at a National Trust venue to sell your jewellery designs, you need to know you're going to be able to recoup those costs, and you're going to be able to offer your customers and your clients, people who are paying, I don't know what it is, again, it's just conjecture, but say £25 a ticket to get in the door, they've gone there to shop. They're not just perusing a village hall. They want to buy something. They want to come away with a luxury, one-of-a-kind design, and zircon absolutely offers you that possibility. Here, not only are we looking at the oldest gemstone on the planet, something with huge amount of history attached to it, but as I say, some top quality zircon here, 25 carats in total. Just have a look at the way that it's sparkling. Gorgeous clarity from the gemstone itself. Sparkles like a diamond, doesn't it? This is exquisite. The only thing I'll say about this is, as well, I actually find it more impressive than a diamond, because when you do have a diamond, it has to be sort of colourless for it to be really highly considered, doesn't it? That's generally what people are looking for, unless, of course, you've got like a vivid canary diamond or something like that. You're not probably going to see something like that on Jewellery Maker, though. But here, you've got these very subtle, almost golden tones coming through from the centre of the gemstone. They're not overpowering, they're not going to affect the design in any way, but they just add a little bit of opulence to the piece, because they give you that extra little bit of sparkle. For me, it looks like staring into a glass of champagne. Do you love champagne, Helena? Me too. We were both talking about how much we love champagne magnum ice creams earlier, weren't we? I wonder what it is that as soon as you have a glass of champagne in your hand, you instantly feel more posh. Well, I do. You just feel relaxed. That's because you neck it. I just say, you know, I think you get the same. I think you get the same feeling from holding that glass of champagne as you do of putting a luxury piece of jewellery on. That's what I was going to ask. She's agreeing. She's a very glamorous lady, Helena, so she knows the feeling of putting a beautiful piece of jewellery on. Are you being deadly serious with that price point? Where's Pete when you need him? Less than £1 a carat for the oldest gemstone on the planet, the beautiful Mentari diamond, one of the rarest gemstones known to man, and we're giving you an exclusive launch price of under £25 tonight. $24.95. If you are putting it in your basket, you know what to do. Alternatively, if you're shopping via the free phone number, then congratulations, because for me, you are a genuine gemstone collector. Now, if you're adding zircon to your collection, you know that you are, you know, amongst the elite in adding this to your order. The price point, I can't guarantee we'll be able to honour that at 9 AM tomorrow morning. $24.95 for 25 carats of zircon. And this is the kind of item that I would normally make Pete hold. He's my scapegoat when a producer does something ridiculous like this. But I'll front it out, don't worry, I'll let him off. 25 carats of zircon, and again, don't forget, it is December's birthstone, so it could be, again, another way to maybe introduce a December baby to an alternative variety of their birthstone. What about if you did get hold of the turquoise earlier? Fantastic way to put that into your designs. Or what about putting it alongside tanzanite, December's other birthstone? That's a gorgeous combination, isn't it? More people coming through all of a sudden. Oh, they like that one, Helena? Or is it just that our system's delayed and people are already coming through? Who knows? If you do want to take advantage of this deal, it will only be available for the next 6 minutes, or more likely while stocks last. It's flying out and you would expect it to. Don't forget, our wire bundle being launched in, what, about half an hour? Not long to wait for this deal at all. So make sure you're on the phone lines very, very quickly for that one. Otherwise, you will miss out. Okay, we're going to move on. And we've just been talking to the collectors amongst you because we've just launched a strand of zircon. And if you are somebody who maybe does want the high-end looks, you know, I know that the nuggets and the agate slabs as well are hugely popular because of the scope they give you. But what about if you do want to keep it simple and you want to create very high-end designs? The Gem Collector range is perfect for that because you get calibrated stones. So, I mean, potentially you could buy this and just have it set into a design by a jeweller. But you don't really need to, do you? So if you've already previously invested in our prong setting kit and you have prong settings, this is a 7x5mm neon apatite. 60 points in total, so you could easily set that into a jewellery design. If you've got your prong setting, you'll like this one, Helena. Put your neon apatite in there. If it goes with your outfit, wear it to the event when you get home, open the claws and put a different gemstone in. That's a good idea. Anyway, as I say, maybe you do rely on the Gems of Distinction range, the Gem Collector range, to create your own personal collection. This is where it's at. These are top quality gemstones. 60 points in total, 7x5mm in size. This is true neon apatite. You can see the neon hue emanate from the centre of the gemstone. It's just exquisite, isn't it? Let's have a look at our price point. For over half a carat of neon apatite, $19.95. Absolutely out of this world. This is traditional oval cut, so it's 5x7mm. I'm just going to get it out so I can show you the depth, because it's a little bit... There we go. Oops, a daisy. There we go. And then you can see the depth of the gemstone. If you did want to set it into a ring design, perhaps, yeah, I suppose you could buy 2 of these and have a pair of earrings commissioned, or make them yourself. It's absolutely gorgeous. I mean, it's top quality neon apatite. I have to say, I don't think any of the neon apatite strands we've ever brought you have been of this kind of quality. They certainly haven't had this clarity. More heavily included. For $19.95 for 60 points of neon apatite, a genuine collector's gemstone there. We're going to move on. And we've got a few opportunities from the Gem Collector range now. So, did you say 6? Oh, wow. This is another gemstone that my producer today is wearing on her ring. She has got March's birthstone. She's got an aquamarine ring. Very, very popular gemstone. Again, it does have associations with certain traditions. If you think about engagement rings, traditionally featured aquamarine until, you know, the famous marketing campaign that told everybody they had to buy diamonds prior to that, everybody offered aquamarine as their engagement ring. And here you've got half a carat of Sokoto aquamarine. And that means that it comes from a specific mine in Nigeria, or certainly from a region in Nigeria. That's where we get Sokoto aquamarine from, and it offers you this fantastic clarity. That beautiful sort of powder blue, the sky blue tone there. Again, faceted to perfection. Gorgeous depth on the gemstone. This time it's 7¼ millimeters by 5¼ millimeters, a similar size. Absolutely fallen in love with this gemstone. March's birthstone, as I say, another gemstone a lot of people are going to be familiar with, and those icy blues are always popular in design. So if you do prong set this into one of your ring settings, then you're onto a winner here, particularly for March babies. Unfortunately, very, very limited in availability. So if you do want to add this to your order, you've got to be dialing that free phone number. The second you see something you like the look of, your money back guarantee is extended until January, so there is a risk-free shopping experience here this evening. $14.95 for half a carat of Sokoto aquamarine. I tell you what, sidle up to the mine owner in Nigeria and ask him if he'll sell you the piece of rough for $14.95. I'd love to know how you get on. That's before it's been sent to the other side of the world and cut and faceted to these exacting standards. $14.95, I'm absolutely astounded, and that's coming from somebody who is more than well aware of how we achieve our competitive price points, but even I'm a little bit shocked to see that price point for Sokoto aquamarine. $14.95, another add it to your order price in my view. And we're going to move on. And we've got another one to add to your collection. Fantastic. Keep them coming. I tell you what, how about this? Forget about any jewellery design for a second. What about buying somebody something, a keepsake, something they can keep forever for their birthday, if their birthday's next month? So November's birthstone, citrine. This is very sizable. It's over a carat in weight, and it's a brilliant cut round. So it's a real classic cut. Look at that. That is exquisite, isn't it? Look at the consistency of colour. Buttercup yellow there. Oh. Participation Pete wants to get involved with this one. What's new? What's new? Here we go. Have a look at this now. Have a look at the depth on this gemstone. Actually, I've changed my mind. There's no way I want this as a keepsake. This has to be set into a piece of jewellery. I'm thinking antique bronze wire. Maybe as a ring setting. Quite open setting. Get that gemstone sitting quite proud. There is, yeah, I'd say, well, there's more of the sort of coppery tones, the warmer copper tones. That'll work with it, maybe as part of this bundle. Maybe just with gold. Oh yes, Helena, you got it right. I like that. I like that. So you could create a prong setting, couldn't you? What about black? Nah. The gold, I think the gold was correct. Oh, don't start with me. Not another woman telling me they're always right. Okay, right. 8mm round as well, so very significant size. Over a carat on the gemstone alone. I just love this. Unbelievable. $11.95 for this particular sample of citrine. And look at the consistency of colour, that rich golden tone, almost amber hues coming through there. Actually, do you know what? It's almost like a, you know, it's like the sun in the sky on a winter's day. It's so gorgeous, isn't it? And again, it's going to work with a variety of different colour tones in terms of the metals that you want to use, or your outfit. Oh, you could put that on a choker, couldn't you? That would look fantastic as a central stone, or even on a sort of bangle design. I've fallen in love with this gemstone. It's absolutely out of this world. Okay, we've got another one. I like it. Ooh. Wow. McKay. This is unbelievable. This actually looks like Tulele Garnet. You know, the sort of variety that was discovered on the documentary. Look how vivid. Oh dear. Don't lose it, Ed, whatever you do. Okay, hold on. I'm going to turn it the other way around so I can get it in the claws. Ah, it's got quite an interesting cut. Have a look at this. Look how vivid the tangerine tones are. Oh, it's tangerine garnet. Now I understand. Well done, Ed. But honestly, such a strong tangerine hue coming through from the gemstone. You've still got the golden tones. Look at that. Look at that beautiful table on the surface of the gemstone, the way it's been faceted, so you get that reflective quality. Luster from a gemstone that offers you this much clarity is not an easy thing to achieve. That is the lapidarist enhancing Mother Nature's hard work. 85 points on one individual gemstone here. I'm thinking 2 to make a pair of earrings now. 6mm round cut. 85 carats as a minimum on each gemstone coming from our gem collector. And don't forget, if you are investing in any of these calibrated stones, they do come with your certificate of authenticity, so you are getting exactly what we say you're getting, and you can even prove it. 85 points in total. Let's have a look at our price point for this individual gemstone. Again, $11.95. Phenomenal price points for incredible gemstones, so can't go wrong with us here this evening. We've seen the organic minerals in terms of the pearls. We've seen, for example, your Spinel Rondelles, but now this is when we're talking about calibrated gemstones, top quality gemstones, the same quality that would be set into gold or platinum by top-end designers, and we can bring them to you for under £15. Really incredible opportunities. And that is what we're all about here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, making these luxury goods as accessible as possible. We don't want this to feel like an elitist industry. We want you to feel like if you want to own a luxury item, you can add it to your collection. Moving on. And we've got some more cultured pearls. That was good. That was handy, wasn't it, that we just touched upon that. Now, on the previous strand, the maroon strand, I was talking about it having a slight purple hue to the pearlescence. Have a look at this. This is a neon or almost an amethyst purple tone from the pearlescence on these pearls. So it looks almost jet black on the back of my hand, but when you get that little pearl light, if you look at the base of the pearls here, where the light's in, you see that little neon purple hue, that amethyst purple hue coming through. 7 by 6mm, so again you've got slight elongation in the size and the shape. Not a big enough sort of irregularity to cause any problems to the design process, only to add credibility to you as a designer, so your customers know that you have sourced the real deal. 7 by 6mm only have a limited number, so if you want to add these pearls to your order, get on that free phone number early. I wish I still had the white pearls actually, because again I think that they would combine perfectly. So if you got hold of those beautiful white culture pearls earlier this evening, this could be a great accent gemstone for that particular strand. And of course we're going to give you an add it to your order price this evening, as we always do here on Jewellery Maker. There you go, under £10 for genuine cultured pearls, quite sizable as well. Don't forget, when you are growing pearls, it takes about a year for each individual millimetre of growth. So if you're looking at a 7mm pearl, that's going to have taken about 7 or 8 years to create each individual pearl. So a lot of time and effort has gone into creating and cultivating these pearls, and we can come along and launch them at under £10, a wholesale price point. And as both Helen and I concurred upon earlier, never price your jewellery against the cost of the gemstones you're working with, because all you're going to do is well, do yourself out of a bit of cash, really. I've seen all the equations where you say, oh, the cost of the gemstones, the time, just forget it. I don't agree with that, because the price points we give you for genuine gemstones, it's unrivaled. You wouldn't find gemstones of this quality being sold for that price on the open market, so why should you have to make a compromise? You want to be more competitive than the high street, of course, but at these prices You don't want this to have anything to do with your pricing strategy. $9.95 for genuine cultured pearls here. Beautiful amethyst pearls there for less than £10. Congratulations if you've added that to your order. Moving on. Sorry, what did you say? Here we go. These are the little Peridot spacers. Quite delicate. Now, we saw some last week that were a little bit larger that might have been suitable for bracelet designs, for example. These, I think, are crying out to be used as genuine little spacers. They're gorgeous. Here we go. $9.25 sterling silver. These are the kind of items that, again, are going to validate the higher price points you're trying to achieve and allow you to justify those prices to your customers, but also to set you apart from other designers. And maybe, you know, if you are trying to make that leap from being a crafter and a hobbyist to being a successful jewellery designer, these are the kind of items that will allow you to do that. Not only are you working with genuine sterling silver, and of course, I don't think that a lot of people, and it is actually a little bit of a strange concept, but I think it might be quite common. People don't tend to judge your bespoke jewellery based on the carat weight or the gemstones that you've actually used. It's all about the finish and the detailing. That's how they, you know, make an assessment about whether it's a fair price point. And these are the kind of items that definitely help you to justify that. Not only are you working with sterling silver, not only are they quite a traditional shape for a silver spacer in design, so again that gives you that professional elite quality, but they're encrusted with peridot, a gemstone we know is used by some of the biggest designers on the planet, so again it instantly adds value to your design. Now you actually get 5 of these as part of this particular collection. I'm just demonstrating, I'm just showing off to Helena how great I am with my tweezers, really. Text in and tell Helena how bad I am with tweezers. 925 sterling silver peridot spacers. They are quite delicate. They're 4mm in size. There is actually. Let's get the price on screen for these beautiful peridot spacers. $14.95. These were launched the end of last week, I believe. And so this is your second bite at the cherry. Or the lime, I suppose, based on the peridot that's been placed in there. Second bite at this particular item. Could be your last opportunity to get involved if you're not one of the first people on the phone lines. My director's just saying there's actually a film about how terrible I am with tweezers. You can check that out on my Facebook site if you want. Ed Presenter is my Facebook site. 5 of these in total, sterling silver spacers featuring peridot, I should say featuring, encrusted with peridot, and they're all available for $14.95. That's just £3 per piece. Absolutely fantastic. Okay, we're going to leave that one with you and we're going to move on. In fact, we're going to go to a quick break. That will give us an opportunity to plan just how low we can go on the premiere launch of the 0.4mm wire. 100 metres, 10 different colours. It's going to go under £10, and after the break we will reveal just how much under £10 it is going to go. Be on the phone lines early or expect to miss out.
It was here almost 650 years ago in Amir, where King Jai Singh first laid the foundations that was to become one of the world's most famous walled cities, Jaipur. The city of Jaipur, commonly known as the Pink City, is now taking centre stage for gemstone cutting and trading. It's here in the bursting heart of the walled city that our gems of distinction strands are cut, faceted and polished. So, How do you get a pile of tourmaline that looks like this into a gorgeous strand that looks like this? So when you've got a pile of tourmaline like this, it's going to be made into gemstone beads. First of all, each one of these gemstones need to be inspected. A line is then drawn down the middle of the gemstone or wherever the gem is going to be faceted, and it's then taken behind us and then faceted into these rough gem shapes. Once each gemstone has been cut into the amount of pieces it needs to be, it's then time to shape the gemstones. These gentlemen are working on anything from a round to a pear shape, pretty much any cut imaginable. The next process is polishing and faceting, and this takes a huge amount of skill. It can take years for a lapidrist to be able to facet like this, and each one of the gemstones can take up to 10 minutes to cut. A really lengthy but incredible process. The next stage of the process is really interesting. This is where each one of the gemstones is drilled. And what Sanjay's doing here is putting a drill through faceted beads of black tourmaline. The next stage after drilling is then to get the gemstones sorted into their appropriate colours and sizes. This can be a really, really lengthy process. Once the gemstones are sorted into different colours and sizes, they're then arranged into these strands and made into strands like this. Now each one of these gemstones could have gone through a 30 to 40 minute process to arrive on a strand like this. It's really quite incredible. If there's one thing that my time in India has taught me, it's the hours of dedicated time that goes into making each one of the gemstones we sell on Jewellery Maker.
Tune in this Halloween and grab yourself a spooktacular deal with our spooky mystery gift. You'll receive a surprise full of fantastic treats and goodies with a huge saving guaranteed. The Spooky Mystery Gifts, Friday, October 31st. Jewellery Maker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, Jewellery Maker are never far away. Come and join guest designer Fiona on our resin workshop. Fiona will guide you through designing with resin and building techniques such as using resin to make cold connections, using wire, creating bezels, and using other mediums to create colour and texture. The full course includes resin and epoxy enamelling hardener, a bead scoop, a selection of different gauged wire, a selection of alcohol inks, glitters, gilding flakes and Angelina fibres, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, the Gem Museum, and a chance to visit the shop. All of this for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Welcome back to the Late Show here on Jewellery Maker. This is now the final hour of the show, and you know what that means. We're going to be launching the Premier wire bundle. So 0.4mm gauge, 10 different colours, 10 metres of each, 100 metres of wire coming up for you in about 10 minutes time. If you're not on the phone lines early, you're going to miss out. That is based on my experience of 3.5 years working on Jewellery Maker, and I know that when we put wire on screen for the price we're going to for 100 metres, it's going to sell out like that. So I'm giving everybody a fair warning now. I don't want you all having a go at me on Facebook after the show saying you missed out. Start dialing the second the graphics hit the screen, or you're going to miss out. It's going to be a sellout deal. It is going under £10. Have you had a confirmation of the price point, Helena? Under £9. Okay, we're moving on before I get in trouble, Okay, we're going to bring you this particular collection of agate. I was going to say slabs, but slices is probably more appropriate because they are a little bit more considered. We actually had a look at these on Thursday. We give them a premiere launch. And you can see here there's a few different things going on. They've had this rainbow coating. It's quite subtle on screen. And you've got that. You've got the golden tones, the fuchsias, the violets. And look at this. So hopefully that rainbow coating is coming through and you can see that almost metallic shimmer on the surface of the gemstone. The other thing that we did discover when we looked at these a little more closely the other day is that on a few of the slices, and I've just found one now, you actually got these druzy crystal inclusions. So that's a little added bonus. Look at this. I don't know if I'm being able to catch it by the light. Look at this. Now, the other thing that we found with these is that they're actually sort of corner drilled, so they're going to hang quite interestingly in your designs. Huge slabs here, 800 carats in total. You could use them in a sort of cabochon style if you want. You haven't got the domed effect, but you could certainly use them for similar designs. Love that golden tone. Perfect. Well, they almost look like autumn leaves, actually, don't they? 800 carats in total. Ranging in size from 19 by 14 to 46 by 32, quite sizable. Oh, look at this. So maybe have a look at that. There's the little druzy inclusions there. Love those crystal formations, giving you that extra sparkle. Really interesting, really organic, aren't they? Here we go, 800 carats of your coated orange agate slices, and here comes your price point. This is a, oh actually I've just realised, that's a little heart shape, isn't it? And it's been drilled there, so it'll hang like that. So that would hang like a little heart as well. Oh, that's perfect, isn't it? 800 carats for £9.95. That is an add it to your order price. And of course, these are going to be much more effective once you see them in the flesh and you can appreciate that beautiful rainbow coating that they've received. £800 carats of orange coated agate, £9.95, another add it to your order price. The wire's coming up for you in less than 10 minutes now, being launched at under £9 for 100 metres. You do get 10 different colour tones. Look at all them there. That's coming up in 10 minutes' time. Okay, oh, silver pearls. And they're huge. These are very sizable. They range in size. The smallest ones are 11 millimetres, ranging up to 15 millimetres in size. Absolutely fantastic. Again, you've almost got that cabochon-like feel to them, but actually they are cylindrical all the way around, so they're just really organic. In fact, they are classified as pearl nuggets. So those irregularities in the size and the shape can help to inform your design. Maybe I'm thinking solitaire pearl rings. Helena says no. She wants a bracelet. That's me told. There you go. But you can see, actually, they'd be really comfortable on the wrist line, wouldn't they? And actually, you could probably keep it quite simple. You can make a stretchy out of those. You can just use elastic to create that. Or use your 0.4mm wire, feed it through. It'll fit through the drill holes, I reckon. And then you can make a little wire work clasp. You like that? Okay, then we'll go with that. demanding. We're messing around. It's our first night with Helena in the hot seat, and she hasn't let us down so far, and I don't think she's going to on this strand either. I thought you said $17.95, and I was happy when you said that. I was like, she's not going to let us down then. $17.95, the luxury pearls. $7.95. Start dialing the free phone number right now. Oh, Director Bruce said he is disappointed. Yeah, you are walking the tightrope here, Helena, between offering people the best value on the market and devaluing freshwater cultured pearls. No wonder Linda's come through to grab 2 strands of these. I think that's resident designer Linda, because she's in Worcestershire. Resident Linda. Oh, it would have told me, wouldn't it? Huge number of people flying through on the free phone number now. I'm not surprised when we're taking pearls of this size that offer you this amount of texture and organic quality for just $7.95. On top of that, of course, they're actually a sort of icy tone, aren't they? They're quite almost perfect for the winter season. And Helena's got a suggestion for us. Oh, have a look at this. Because you've got even greater icy quality from your moonstone here. Ah, do you know what? How about this? For a June birthday, both of their birthstones together. Pearls and moonstone together for a June baby. I like that. I have that natural affinity with these 2 gemstones because they are my birthstones. Oh, I'll tell you what, the pearlescence that you get on these organic pearls is exquisite. It's absolutely delightful. You've got pinks, fuchsias, orange tones, lime greens, it's all coming through. And if you do intend to accent it with your rainbow moonstone, we've got it for you right now. Over 50 carats on this strand. Once again, coming from our Gems of Distinction range. Fantastic optical property. Very similar to Labradorescence. It's known as Adulorescence. And more often than not, you're going to see the sort of electric blue tones, but in this particular sample we've got whole rainbows, whole spectrums of colour coming through. So you've got the violet hues, the lime greens, and again quite interesting facets on the gemstone itself which helps that optical effect. Can you see that one there? Little rainbow, there it is. Genuine rainbow moonstone, a whole spectrum of colour coming through on this optical effect. Everybody's getting excited about this strand. In the gallery, they know the price point. That's why they're all in such a good mood. What is it? Oh my goodness, no wonder everybody was getting so excited. Hold on a second. This is another 30 centimetre strand. About the length of my arm. For $6.95. Listen. What's going on here? She just saying she never wants to go back to the mid-show. She's desperate to stay with the big dog forever, and that's why she's going so low on the prices. So everybody lets her stay on the late show. Listen, it's only natural. That's what happens. I'm in intoxicating presence. I understand that. Really? Oh, she's on fire! She just said we've had so many text messages coming through, not to complain about me, to ask when we're going to launch the wire, that she said she thinks we need to do our superstar buy now. And I said, really? And she said, why not? It's star buy time. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. The code's on screen. You know what to do. Start dialing the free phone number, because I don't think we've got enough to go around. And before we start getting complaints saying, well, you should have bought more, we have got hundreds and hundreds of these. It's still not going to be enough. Let me see, because I know that the phone lines are going to have erupted. Yep, pretty much. I've already got about, say, 30, 40 people with this item placed in their basket. How many? 80 already allocated. Well, I suppose most people coming through taking 2. Zena's got 4. I'm going to pick them all up because this is probably the best way to show you the sort of rainbow spectrum of colours that you get here. 100 metres, 10 metres on each reel. As I say, most people coming through to multi-buy. We're going to try to give you an idea of how many we have remaining in stock by showing you how quick it's going to tick down. But just to be clear, it's not going to be 100% accurate because there's so many people coming through, it can't keep up with you, basically. So, oh, look, you can see there, we started with 399. We're already down to less than 250. They are flying out the door. So, we've got the sort of orange tone, then we've got the copper, we've got the yellow gold, we've got the festive red, we've got the midnight blue. Here we've got a sort of chrome dioxide green, I'm going to say on that one, amethyst purple, silver, black, and then a sort of emerald green. That gives you an idea of the colour tones you're going to get. Well, that is the colour tones you're going to get. 10 metres of each, 0.4 mil. We know that it's perfect for so many different styles of wire work, and we know that wire work's your favourite discipline within jewellery making. Not everybody's favourite because, of course, how many, sorry? Okay, so over half the stock's now been allocated. Over 200 reels have gone, but the quantity bar is just having a little bit of trouble keeping up, but it will update shortly. I suppose, without further ado, we better actually unveil the launch price. Now, I did promise you that we'd bring this to you for under £10. We had confirmation we were allowed to take it under £9. If you haven't already dialed the phone number, start doing it now because we're actually taking it under £7. £6.95 is the add it to your order price this evening for 100 metres of multicoloured wire, 10 metres of each colour tone. Oh, I see, sorry. My producer's explaining that there's something wrong with the quantity bar. I was like, isn't it not going to move at all? It's actually froze. So we'll keep giving you as accurate updates as we can. Don't take our word for it. If you've got it in your basket, check out, and that way you know there's still some available. If you're waiting in a queue, and some of you are, the queue is around about 1.5 minutes. Speak to a member of our help team. If there's any available, they'll add it to your order. Can we come up with a guesstimation of how many we have available? Okay, so we started with 400. We've now got 130 left in stock, roughly. So don't quote me on that, but I can see. I mean, Paulie's just come through and taken 3. So that's 127. There's probably at least 30 of these in baskets. So if everybody was to check out, and all the phone buyers were answered, I reckon we're down to double figures. Do you think that's a fair assessment? I'm not trying to put pressure on you. There'll be no point because we know it's going to be a sellout deal. So I'm not trying to pressure you. I'm just trying to give you an idea of how many we have. So actually, we were joined by Laura Binding on the Late Show last week, and she was saying if she had to pick 2 gauges, she was never allowed to work with any other gauge. It would be 1 mil and 0.4, because she says 1 mil offers you the flexibility, but the structure, 0.4, perfect for your detailing, your binding, your weaving. You can do that with your 0.25, you can do it with your 0.6, but there's always a compromise with those 2 gauges, where the 0.25 is a little bit, maybe a little bit sort of less structural. You know, it's not going to hold the pieces together quite as sturdily as a 0.4. 0.6, not as malleable. So you have to put a lot more work into creating that weaving effect. 0.4 is where it's at with our experts, and yeah, sort of sits in the middle, doesn't it? Huge number of people coming through now. Congratulations if you have added this to your order, by the way, because I did try to give everybody a heads up throughout the show that this would be one of the most sought after items. We don't have 218 available. Say again, sorry? Oh, okay, we've got less than 100 remaining in stock now. Sorry that the quantity bar has froze. I don't think we can get it off the graphics now, can we? Then we bring it on. My apologies. So 310 or something have already been allocated. That's going to leave us with roughly 90 in stock. So down to double figures, certainly. And again, we've still probably got 30 or 40 people with it placed in their basket. And I've got buyers across the globe recognising the value we can bring you here at Jewellery Maker. So I've got buyers on the continent, in Italy, in Spain. I've also got buyers in the States, in Colorado, in New Mexico. Congratulations to everybody coming through for this one. We are now approaching limited availability as we move into the final 50 in stock. So again, if you're one of those people who've got it sitting in their basket, I have to ask, what are you waiting for? I just don't get it. I know that I'm probably missing something. It's different for me. I get to come here every day, so if I need something, I can just sort of buy it. But am I right in thinking that we're talking about, what, 7p a metre? Yeah, so each reel is only 69.5 pence. That works out at 7 pence a metre. Honestly, you go to your independent craft shops and see how much you can pay for 0.4mm wire. Sometimes they sell it to you by the metre, and they're talking about, what, over £1 per metre of wire? I mean, some places I've seen it's more like £1.30, £1.40 a metre. We're talking about less than 7p a metre as part of this deal. You have to be adding this to your order. In fact, you know what? Maybe you've never really had an experiment how to play with wire work. This is the way to get started, isn't it? Because you've got so much to play with. You've got 100 metres and you've got different colour tones. So you can afford to be a bit experimental. You could even maybe, I'm thinking, take these. Well, you say Christmas, right? But what about making your own wire work poppy? So you can still make a donation, of course. You still want to make a donation, but you know, it's just something a bit different, isn't it? And again, you know, it's something that you're going to wear every single day. In fact, I've left mine in the dressing room. How silly is that? Got a poppy this morning. I've left it in the dressing room. I've only just realised now at 8:20. So my apologies. Of course, we're all indebted to those folk. But yes, absolutely. 100 metres there, 10 metres of each colour for less than 7p a metre, 6.95 in total there. That's fantastic, isn't it? Look at that. Oh. Okay, I'm going to leave this one with you now because we've probably got about 25, 30 of those left in stock, but please don't quote me on that. If you want to add that to your order, check with a member of our help team. And if you've got it placed in your basket, Bet, Paula, Bertha, Jill, Jane, Patricia, Stephanie, Candy, Fran, Elizabeth, Abigail, and a few more people as well, check out now or expect to miss out. So don't blame me if you miss out if you left it in your basket. We're going to move on though. See how many deals we can fit in. I will just say, coming up at the end of the show, very, very impressive strand, top quality ruby. Again, probably some of the finest quality ruby we've ever had the opportunity to launch. You've got those slight pink hues, slight purple hues coming through, but all against the backdrop of your ruby red. So beautiful. Another limited edition strand, I'm afraid. And that will be coming up for you in about half an hour, so not long to wait at all. Before that, we're moving to, sorry? Okie dokie. Now, here we go. So femininity is something you're after. These are pretty, for me, there's something quite fun, quite contemporary about this strand. So Helen's just saying she's thinking about quite funky designs and yeah, maybe like sort of festival goer style designs. Beautiful chalcedony, thought to promote creativity, so it could be the perfect investment for jewellery designers. 130 carats in total. Love the way that, in all honesty, the design is done for you, isn't it? Because the alternation of the gem, I would restrand that at a class. Job's a good one. You could actually add spacers in between as well, make it go a little bit further. So you've still got a lot of creative opportunities. I mean, you don't have to use them together. You could literally colour graduate them out. But I do think the combination looks kind of cute, really. That's the way I'd describe it. Absolutely beautiful gemstones here, faceted to perfection. So you're still getting plenty of sparkle, but because you've got that sort of hot pink tone, it does look a little bit more contemporary. And it might be that maybe after today, you're lying there, you're exhausted, you've had kids running around your house all day, you're thinking, when is the half term over? And we're only one day in. I know, I feel your pain, don't worry. I haven't got my ticket to Glastonbury. Mums and dads, you know how I feel. But what I was going to say is, you sit down with your son, daughter, start to engage with them and do something creative, you're going to find the days are much less painful. I actually do this with my daughter. She's 9, she loves jewellery making, but do you know what? At the moment, my son's obsessed with identifying colours and counting. He's just come into that age, he's 3. I could easily sit down with him and he would separate out all the pinks, all the whites, he'd be counting them, he'd be having the time of his life. So, you know, just these slightly more creative challenges can actually help your kids to open up a little bit, can't they? So that could be a useful thing to perhaps investigate over the half-term week, who knows. The range in size from 6x3 to 9x6, so again you've got that fantastic graduation which will lend itself towards the design. And here comes your price point. $14.95 for over 100 carats of hot pink and ice white chalcedony, and actually it is a sort of ice white, a sort of snow-like feel to the feel of the white chalcedony. Real high impact colour tone from the hot pink chalcedony there. $14.95, coming from our Gems of Distinction range, one of the most interesting strands of chalcedony we've ever brought you here on The Late Show. So if you do want to add that to your order, if you want to make the most of your 1 P&P per day, why not take advantage of this deal? Absolutely beautiful. Moving on. Ooh, I might be tempted to use this alongside that previous strand actually, because then you've got the monochrome tones with the hot pinks, which I was saying I was a fan of earlier. Definitely works. Love the combination. We were fortunate enough to bring you the first ever outing for this strand of faceted black agate hearts. Gorgeous lustre on the surface of the gemstone, isn't it? This reflective quality where the light literally bounces off the surface of the faceted area of the gemstone. I would say, since last week anyway, sparkle for luxury, lustre for sophistication. So if you are starting to plan your party wear for the Christmas season, or maybe you just got, you know, a high-end commission and somebody wants something for a specific event, this is always going to fit the bill. Absolutely perfect. And you know it's going to go with any outfit because, of course, you've got the neutral tone from your jet blacks. I was thinking about the exclusive that Michelle announced last week when she was saying that they are... It's only in the planning stages, so nothing is confirmed yet, but they're starting to think about putting together a locket workshop so you can create some of Michelle's wirework lockets. I just think this would look so perfect on the face of your locket. So you've got the little agate faceted heart on the face of the locket, so you've got that lustre, but then something else in there as well. 190 carats in total, 14mm in size, so very significant look. Easily use these as individual pendants, couldn't you? And that means that for $7.95 you could potentially be investing in 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30 individual pendants for just $7.95. What's that? Less than 30p per pendant. Is that about right? You made me nervous now. Yeah, I think it must work out about that. Yeah. So, yeah, In fact, it's less, much less than that. So there you go. Unbelievable value from us here at Jewellery Maker, especially when you consider the amount of time and effort that's gone into this particular strand, because, you know, Mother Nature didn't put these uniform checkerboard facets on the surface of the gemstone. That's all been done afterwards by our lapidarists, our gemstone cutters, to enhance her work and to create that fantastic lustre that you see there. 14mm in size, very, very significant look, 190 carats for less than £10. Another, add it to your order price, just £7.95 this evening. Fantastic. So if you did get hold of that one, then congratulations. We're moving on. We're now going to do Helena's birthstone. And another gemstone. We always like to link it back to birthstone jewellery, and I think when we do that, we're trying to think about you as the designer and your customer base, because, you know, you're thinking about removing it one to potentially sell to people that don't have any knowledge of gemstones or gemology and don't really understand where the value lies in the techniques that you're creating. And so we think, well, a great way to sort of link it back and create that rapport with your customers is to talk to them about about their birthstone and to have birthstone jewellery. But most of the birthstones are really favoured by the many, aren't they, rather than just those people who find it is their birthstone. Amethyst, for example, perfect for February babies, of course, but because it's February's birthstone, it has those strong connections with Valentine's Day, sometimes referred to as Cupid's gemstone, if you like. And this is something that some designers out there will already be starting to plan in their minds, starting to think about, you know, dealing with Christmas and moving on to their Valentine's commissions. But amethyst is popular all year round. It doesn't matter if your birthday's in February. I know, just from speaking to so many of our designers, our experts, and our workshop attendees, that purple's one of those colour tones that tends to go with a lot of outfits. That's what they tell me, and that's why amethyst is so popular. On top of that, people recognise it instantly. So sometimes, I suppose, when you do wear luxury jewellery, you do it to get noticed. It's the whole point, isn't it? You want somebody to notice it and compliment it. Amethyst attracts that attention because people are aware of what it is, so they might never have heard of zircon. They might not necessarily know about agate or even pyrite, something like that, but they're definitely going to be aware of amethyst. Particularly if they're attending a craft fair, you think they're going to have seen a lot of amethyst in their time. Heavily available on the high street, of course, and so people are aware of the gemstone. And when they think of amethyst, they think of this colour. That intensity that you get from your purple tones, the regality that it adds to the designs, and these are very, very sizable. 90 carats in total. They're elongated pairs, so again, adds to that feeling of luxury, and also, once again, gives you a larger surface area, which means that the lapidarist has placed a greater number of facets on the surface, creating again that fantastic sparkle. So instantly adds to the idea that this is a luxury gemstone and that you've created a luxury piece of jewellery. They range in size from 14 by 10 to 22 by 12, and this again comes from our Gems of Distinction range. Only ever featured on Jewellery Maker once prior to this evening. We're already down to the last in stock. If you want to add this to your order, start dialing that free phone number, because here comes your add it to your order price of just £12.95 for 90 carats of amethyst. If you've got that place in your basket right now, I can see you've already come through. You've got to be checking out right now to take advantage of the deal. You'd make your money. I mean, if you use that one gemstone as the focal point of a design, if you're using that as a pendant, that's got to be a £25–30 piece of jewellery in itself. So you're going to double your money off one gemstone. The matching earrings. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 gemstones in total for £12.95. Very significant carat weights. Congratulations if you are one of the lucky people adding that strand of amethyst to your order. I'm going to leave that one and I'm going to move on. Don't forget, coming up in about 10–15 minutes time, gorgeous premiere launch of Ruby. but only for the first people on the phone line, otherwise you're going to miss out again. I'm sorry to do this to you again, but if you want to add rubies, one of the big 4, to your order, just dial early. Make sure you're at the front of that queue. We're going to move on. We're now going to bring you some gorgeous pyrite. Actually, excuse me, can I grab this? Sorry, Pete's not here, I'm just going to grab it. Here we go. Sorry, look at this. So this is how pyrite naturally forms, and we've had a look at this sample a few times. If you're a regular viewer, then you'll already be well aware of how pyrite forms, but if you are new to us and you haven't seen this before, this is how pyrite naturally forms. So you get that isometric structure, identical to a diamond actually, the way pyrite forms, and that's why you get that metallic luster on the surface of a gemstone. It's basically, it derives from iron. But obviously there's a little chemical composition there. All gemstones really represent a perfect set of environmental happenings, if you like. So just by luck, all of those things have come together, perfect temperature, perfect pressure, and they formed a gorgeous gemstone. Pyrite is one of those gemstones that you can see forms in that way, and have a look at this. Almost identical to the way it forms organically. So that's going to add a depth to your designs that you might not get from the heavily faceted gemstones or the coated gemstones, because this is literally as Mother Nature intended it. It gives you that connection with the way it was formed naturally. 130 carats in total. On top of that, it also offers you that traditional metallic shimmer that you might associate with luxury jewellery, but you don't have to necessarily invest in 9-carat gold because you've got pyrite. It's still a genuine gemstone, but it offers you that same metallic shimmer. Certain level of opulence that you get from the golden tone, I think. Range in size from 5x3 to 10x13, so you can see that organic irregularity in the sizes and the shapes. You can understand why this has the nickname Fool's Gold, because you can understand why people have mistaken this for the real deal in the past, can't you? Love that sample, it's really impressive, isn't it? But this is giving you identical quality. Fantastic. Okay, let's get that price on screen, because I've already got a large number of people adding this to their basket at jewellerymaker.com. If you are dialing the free phone number, stay where you are. You will be answered in the order in which you dial. Here it comes. You'll add it to your order price for a Gems of Distinction strand of pyrite. Less than £10 this evening, just $9.95 for 130 carats of pyrite. Look at that. I love that. You see that slightly larger faceted faces on the surface of the pyrite. Not only do you get to see the way the gemstone has naturally formed, but you also get that beautiful metallic shimmer, that luster. Look at that. That is gorgeous, isn't it? Perfect as a spacer, because it'll be a bit more gem heavy. It offers a bit of texture, a bit of interest, a point of interest, but also a talking point. So this is the kind of thing where your customers might say, so what is that? Is that gold, or is it? And then you can start to explain about pyrite as a gemstone. $9.95, people flying in for that one. If you want to add it to your order, you can do so in all the usual ways. We're going to move on. Do you know what I'd put this with? The amethyst that we just saw. How about this? So you've got the amethyst top drill drops. Look at this. Because you've actually got, it's described as burgundy. I'm not sure I'm going to go along with that. I think it's more of an amethyst purple, really, isn't it? So this is the other end of the spectrum for pyrite, isn't it? I'll tell you a little story, actually. When we first started to stock the coated pyrites, I was actually one of the managers on the channel. I was totally confused. Coming from a traditional gemstone background, I always thought of this as fool's gold. So I was always looking for this look from pyrite itself, this sort of antique-y look. When the coated varieties came in, I was almost a little bit shocked. I was thinking, well, why would people want pyrite that wasn't fool's gold? Gemma Crow put me right in about 10 seconds. She was like, no way, the coated pyrites are the best things ever because, for the reasons I just described, you get the metallic shimmer, but of course when you've got the coated varieties, the colour tone will suit whichever piece of jewellery you're putting together. So whatever gemstone you're looking for, or you're working with, you have got the perfect accent stone. And for me, this one would accent this amethyst beautifully. Very similar colour tone, and also you've got the faceting, which mirrors on both the pyro and the amethyst. It's just beautiful, isn't it? I mean, can you imagine as petals for a sort of Gemma Crow floral design? Absolutely gorgeous, right? Checkerboard faceting as well. They range in size from 11 by 7 to 18 by 8, over 100 carats on this strand, and here comes your price point. There you go, another add it to your order deal this evening. Great way, if you have paid that $2.95, you've got the P&P up and running, something that you know will suit so many different designs, a risk-free shopping experience. Add that to your order for just $7.95, and of course you have until January to make your final decision based on our extended money-back guarantee. I'll leave this one with you now at $7.95 and we'll move on. Oh, how many of these have you got? Start dialing now to avoid disappointment. This has only previously been seen once prior to this evening. We are now offering you the last of stock deal on this particular strand of Smokey Quartz, but not any ordinary Smokey Quartz. Such high quality Smokey Quartz that not only have we checkerboard faceted the surface, but we've actually bezel set the gemstones into sterling silver. And I have to say, again, this was something that our expert designers highlighted to me, just how much value has been added to these gemstones by bezel setting them. This is something that even very experienced designers that we work with would find it almost impossible to achieve. There might be some which are, you know, familiar with silversmithing, still not an easy task. You still got to have a sort of open fire in your workshop or whatever it is. So silversmithing is really taking it to another level, isn't it? And to actually set each gemstone into a bezel setting instantly adds value to the gemstone, but also adds value to your design, because people, again, will be able to set you apart from the crafters and associate you with an elite jewellery designer. That's how I think they will see if you're working with bezel set gemstones, particularly of this quality. Perfect saturation of colour, that rich chocolate brown, which actually makes it so versatile in terms of the colour tone. It will work in the monochrome pieces, for example, but it gives you that slightly toned down finish to the gemstones. And actually it's going to work on a number of different levels. It will work with the earthier colours, the more organic looks, and this could be the feature gemstone, if you like, because of the way it's been faceted and that bezel setting. Sterling silver, and they are quite broad. They're 18 millimetres in size. It's a 13 centimetre strand, but we'll just count them 2, 4, 6, 7 in total. So you could create 2 matching sets and still have one left for yourself. And at this price point, probably make your money back, well, off one set. In fact, sterling silver bezel set, these are going to be for your top end commissions. You're going to make a huge amount of profit off this particular strand, aren't you? $27.95 for your bezel set Smokey Quartz here, all set into sterling silver. Look at the way that is, again, just glistening as the light reflects off the surface of the gemstone. Gorgeous lustre. That's partly thanks to the depth of colour, but also from the way it's been faceted. Absolutely exquisite, ticking every box for you there, and we're going to move on. We're going to bring you this strand of garnet. Now this is January's birthstone. Talked a little bit about garnet earlier in the evening and how it's now starting to sort of increase its gravitas. The prestige attached to this gemstone is starting to grow. I read not too long ago that this was in fact I think the third choice for people to have in their engagement ring after diamonds. So if you're not having a diamond, I think people tend to go for Tanzanite, Aquamarine, and then Garnet, I think, is the third choice after diamonds. So really, really popular. What do you want, sorry, Helena? Opal and zircon. So 85 carats. For me, I would say that this is the flagship variety of garnet. We talked earlier about the fact that garnet is more of a group of gemstones rather than a specific species. And that's because of these variations in the chemical composition. But I think when people traditionally think of garnet, they want these kind of rich red tones. It's not a ruby red. We can see here, this is a sort of ruby red. It's a bit of a brighter, bolder tone. Garnet is instead offering you a greater depth to the saturation of colour, more like a red wine hue, if you like. And rhodolite garnet is the optimum variety for that, because you get these red and purple tones coming through. I mean, this again is particularly high quality. Almost sort of berry reds there that you're getting. 85 carats in total. Again, because of the depth of colour, because of the way the lapidarist has managed to fit so many facets on the surface of each gemstone. You've got this fantastic lustre, so again, real feeling of luxury and sophistication, and all in a very popular and well-known gemstone. So it's another winner. It's another real profit maker for a lot of jewellery designers out there. Actually, there you can see them, the slightly different light source. You're almost getting a sort of cognac glow from a gemstone as well. Something for every design scenario, every style of jewellery here, because again, they graduate in size from 5mm up to 9mm, so you could use some of the larger ones as focal parts to the design. You could perhaps cluster some of the 5mm ones onto those sort of waterfall cascades of chain that you see as features on necklace designs, or even earrings. If you're creating sort of shoulder dusters or chandelier style earring designs, you could group or cluster some of the smaller gemstones, and you know what happens then? You get more lustre with a cluster. 85 carats in total of January's birthstone, the flagship variety of garnet, rhodolite garnet, for $24.95. Hugely impressive for the carat weight that you're receiving here. What's that? Again, 30p a carat. Absolutely incredible deal. As I say, you've got producer Helena to thank for all of the prices that you've seen this evening. Ruby coming up in about 5 minutes time. Not long to wait now, but you're going to have to be one of the first 28, 29 people on the phone lines. This is a limited edition strand, one of the big four, coming up for you in 5 minutes time. Before that, we're going to try to fit in as many deals as we can. And where do you want to move on to? Okay, we'll move that. And it's an essential findings deal, once again coming to you in the form of head pins. You've got a variety of different cuts in terms of the shape of the actual head on the pin. There we go. So you've got a little pear drop shape, you've got the triangle shape, the diamond or rhombus, and then you've got a little floral cap on that head pin as well. But they continue. They're all different. They're all different. You've got a little mushroom cap. You've got a little heart. So you've got 10 different styles. And you've got 2 of each. Do you know what I would use these for? Stud earrings. So use it as the feature at the front of the earring design. So you could have a little heart, a little flower, a little teardrop. Or, yeah, you could hang gemstones from these, and then you're going to have a point of interest whichever angle you look at the design. Absolutely out of this world. So 10 different styles there. You've got the marquise, the triangle, the heart, the round, the square, the pear, the flower, head cap. You've got 2 different flower designs actually, from the looks of it. Yeah, you have. Here's the other one. So there you go. You've got a sort of 4-petaled flower, and then you've got more of a sort of daisy shape there. So 2 different flowers, and then you've got the little arrow, and you've also got the little mushroom cap, if you like. So 10 different styles, 2 of each, and all for an added to your order price. Now this is gold-plated sterling silver, so high end on top of high end. We always say that, you know, if you're working with 925, you're instantly elevating your designs onto that next level. Okay, my mic's falling off my tie again. Just be easier when I've got a tie clip, but there you go. So 10 styles, 2 individual head pins on each style, and that gives you 20 in total for $8.95. Now, gold-plated sterling silver. If you're working with your sterling silver, you're already setting yourself apart from other crafters. But when you start to go into gold-plated silver, you're really adding value to your designs, aren't you? Because, I mean, we are finding it quite difficult to source new deposits of gold across the world, and this is not a jewellery maker issue. This is industry-wide problem. In fact, other industries starting to use gold as well, so it's becoming more and more in demand. But if we don't find new deposits, it's impossible for us to, you know, stay competitive on that pricing. So we are expecting to see a rise in the price of gold. Who knows, moving forward, we might not even be able to bring you gold-plated sterling silver. Hopefully that won't happen. I can't see into the future, but I would certainly take advantage of these deals while you can. Snap them up for just $8.95. Congratulations. Moving on. And we're going to bring you more of the little sterling silver spacers, this time the larger ones. So we saw the sort of 4mm Peridot ones. Now I've got the 8mm amethyst ones. I would personally use these maybe as the finish on a charm bracelet. That's the way I describe them. Helena, I might as well break this to you now. I've had a few dealings with the high street charm shop in my time. That's the one. Do you know how much I paid for 2 charms? We know she doesn't watch the Late Show. £100, I wish. £140 for 2 charms. Make your own. I was just thinking, have you got one of those bracelets? But you've seen them. They're not your style. I see. But you've seen them. You know the little fasteners you get on the end of it? Don't these look identical? Except they're usually not encrusted with gemstones from the high street charm shop, but they are here. Oh really? He said I should have invested in these and I saved myself a fortune. Why? How much are they? How are they? They're $12.95. 95 sterling silver encrusted with amethyst. You get 3 in total as well, so you still got 1 left over. You can make a real feature of that. What about if you were making maybe a special piece of birthstone jewellery for a new colleague? Maybe you've been so impressed with their work tonight. I'm not, by the way, so one of you boys better step up. $12.95 here for your amethyst, placed inside your sterling silver. Now they're called round, tiny spacers, but these aren't that tiny. These are quite sizable. They're 8mm in size. You can see there, they're making a huge impact. And it's all because of that amethyst, isn't it? Love the beautiful regality of the purples set into sterling silver, because it just looks really classy, doesn't it? It looks very elegant. I love that finish. A great way, once again, to add value to your designs. Again, people might not necessarily be able to appreciate the amount of time and effort that's gone into the style of your jewellery design, but if they can see the finish is sterling silver and amethyst, it helps to justify the price point instantly. So that's a great way to maximise on the profitability of your designs. $12.95, we're going to move on. And what are we going for now? Time flies when you're having fun. It's time for our superstar buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for our superstar buy now. We always try to bring you the most exclusive launch of the evening at the end of the show, and to be honest, this is the most exclusive launch of the evening. We know that the wires were always going to be popular, so we brought those to you a little bit earlier on this evening. If there's any available in stock, then dial through now, because of course that will expire in a few minutes time, so make sure. There is still some. We'll put the details at the bottom of the screen if we can, because apparently there is still some limited availability, probably because people haven't checked out their baskets or their card didn't go through, something like that. But as I say, while it's there, you might as well take advantage. 100 metres of wire for, what was it again, $7.95? $6.95. Wow. Okay, so we've let you know about that, but let's shift our focus to our superstar buy. It is going to be our most exclusive launch because it's limited edition. We have fewer than 30 strands available of this particular strand of ruby, 30 carats in total. So as I say, fewer than 30. Get on the phone lines early. Top quality ruby, the exact colour hues that we associate with the gemstone, the cherry reds, the beautiful hot pink hues, and the purple tones as well. Love the way these have been cut and faceted. So you've got those traditional rondelles, but the faceting here is really allowing the gemstone to sparkle like there's no tomorrow. They actually do graduate in size. It's quite subtle. They graduate from 3x1 to 4x1, and that does give you that 30 carats in total. I will give you a little bit of advice actually, because if you just got hold of those gold-plated sterling silver head pins, it'd be perfect alongside your rubies. Ruby traditionally is set into gold. I'll tell you why. The reason that you tend to set rubies into gold is that if you look at a traditional colour wheel, the colour tones that you're generally looking for from ruby are reds and purples. The only colour that separates those on a traditional colour wheel is blue. And the way to neutralise blue is to use gold. So if you set your rubies into gold, you should neutralise the blues and draw the purple hues out. And that should increase the value of your ruby jewellery actually, because traditionally, if you took this for, you know, classic valuation, the jeweller would be looking for red and purple hues from the gemstone in order to determine the quality. You're not going to have any problem in determining the quality of this ruby if you are creating a gorgeous design using this strand. I would suggest that you could take it for independent valuation, because it is top quality ruby. I see no reason why this couldn't be set into 9 carat gold, even 18 carat gold. That's the kind of quality we're looking at here. It comes from our Gems of Distinction range. It does represent the highest possible quality we can source for you, and I think that's evident in the colour tone you've got here. I love the fact that you do get those slight pink hues coming through, because it gives it that slight bit of femininity to the gemstone as well. And sometimes ruby, I mean, there's a lot of sort of industry terms that are used to describe the gemstone which aren't particularly romantic. Sometimes I see the guest designer almost sort of wince when I describe the pigeon blood reds. I mean, it's not something I've made up. As I say, it is sort of understood terminology within the gemstone world, that's how you describe the hues of a ruby, pigeon blood red. But I don't think these are quite that deep. They're more like cherry reds, and that's because you've got that little bit of femininity from the pink hues. I love it. If you do understand that there might be some of these that might be considered as sort of hot pink sapphires. If you don't know, rubies and sapphires, the exact same gemstone, come from the corundum family, and rubies is literally a colour classification of corundum, just like a sapphire is. But here you do get those red hues. This has been classified as genuine ruby, one of the big four, taking its place alongside emeralds, sapphires and diamonds. We are going to have to bring the price point on screen. I tried to warn everybody, we had fewer than 30 strands in stock. It's available right now for $49.95. Top quality ruby, 30 carats of ruby for $49.95. I mean, again, what about alongside the white pearls? What would you put it with, Helena? The zircon. You want everything with the zircon tonight, don't you? Why not? pretty impressive piece of jewellery if you've got zircon and rubies together. Two of the most prestigious gemstones on the planet. I'd love for somebody who's got both strands to create a design. First of all, make sure you send it into the Wall of Fame, because we want to see it. And secondly, why not take it for an independent valuation? Say again, sorry? Okay, so we started with fewer than 30 strands in stock, and probably got about 10 people that placed in their basket yet to check out. Still phone buyers coming through to add one of the big four to their collections. Gorgeous rubies. I mean, how about this? A July baby for Christmas. Put together a special piece of jewellery. What about if you got the Tanzanite? Tanzanite ruby. How exquisite would that be? Now we're talking about seriously high valuations, I reckon. Do you know what? It's so funny that you say that. My producer just said, can you imagine walking around with a ruby and Tanzanite necklace? Some people do. But shall I say, do you know that one of our customers got a strand of ruby, a strand of sapphire, and a strand of emerald from us here at Jewellery Maker, designed a necklace, took it for evaluation, and she was like you, she just strolled in, she was wearing it, and she got a valuation of over £400, or might have even been close to £500. She said then, when she was making her way back to the car, she was sort of like, saying like you, like she wasn't sort of parading it anymore. She was like, quick, get it back. Try not to get mugged. Okay, very, very prestigious strand there from our Gems of Distinction range. $49.95 for 30 carats in total. I am going to have to leave that one with you. If you've got it placed in your basket, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. We'll be back tomorrow from 5 p.m. and we'll be joined by the gorgeous Mark Smith. Perfect. Just enough time for me to say thank you and good night.
Join Jewellery Maker and specialist guest designer Louise Jacobson for our basic wirework course. This class is suitable for complete beginners who wish to learn simple wire wrapping techniques to create stunning structural designs. Louise will teach you all the essential skills to get started, including basic spirals, double connectors and much, much more. The full course includes a range of different wire gauges, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, a chance to meet the presenters, and a visit to our Gemstone Museum. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you.
Here at Jewellery Maker, we have many stages of quality control, from lab tests all the way through to our own in-house gemologists. We're confident with our quality, but we want to give you that peace of mind by offering you a 30-day money-back guarantee.
Do you know what? I really enjoy having a little sing-song to that in the morning. Jewellery Maker, Jewellery Maker.
Oh, you know I can't sing. I'm saving myself for Christmas.
Are you? Do you like a bit of? Do you like singing a bit of Cliff Richard at Christmas?
Cliff Richard.
Yeah. A child is a king.
No.
The cavalier sing. I'm not Mark. That's Mark. Mark, your designer. How are you?